Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. And without objection, all members shall have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I'd like to set out the schedule for today so everyone can plan accordingly. It's my intention to finish this markup in one day. We have a pretty aggressive set of items that we want to get through and products we want to move. So we'll begin this morning and continue until the first series of votes are called on the floor, and then we'll recess for floor votes, reconvene immediately thereafter. If you promptly come back after votes, we can get done more quickly, and if you do not, we cannot. So it's kind of up to you on the pace of play here today. And then we'll proceed again until the second series of votes on the floor, and then we'll recess until 6 p.m. We'll come back at 6 p.m., and we're going to finish up however the members dictate on that. And a quorum being present, we'll now proceed with today's business. Let me give you further details as well on the schedule. Members will be emailed the schedule immediately, but we're going to begin. The first bill we're going to call up is H.R. 554, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act, presented by Mr. Hill. Offered by Mr. Hill. H.R. 1076 will be second, and that is Preventing the Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act by Congresswoman Dela Cruz. Third, H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act of 2023, offered by Ms. Spanberg of Virginia. And then fourth, H.R. 1109, the Bank Service Company Examination Coordination Act of 2023, offered by Chairman Williams. Those are the first 4 items. The next bill after that is going to be offered by Ms. Kim, but you'll have the full list. I'm basically giving members notice to be ready. And it's my intention at the beginning of markups to give some forward guidance like we'd otherwise like to have forward guidance so that we know what's going to happen and members can plan. Mr. Vargas, you're on the list. Don't worry. It's a little later, but we'll get to you, sir. The chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. Today we're holding our first markup of the 118th Congress. The majority of the bills we will consider today are bipartisan. That was my intention. That is it's notable in a divided Congress that many pundits have claimed will not accomplish much. It's my intention that this committee be the rule breaker for what people assume. And, I turned those pundits' attention to the 10 bipartisan bills that address the generational threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party, and those bills will advance today. Earlier this month, the committee held its first hearing on combating the economic threat posed by China. Committee members on both sides of the aisle asked thoughtful questions and heard from experts about the actions we can take to thwart the CCP's aggression. The key takeaway was that in order to outcompete China on the global stage, we cannot become more like the CCP. That means doubling down on our commitment to free people and free markets. The list of bills we will debate today do just that. Each bill sponsor will have the opportunity to walk us through the details of their respective legislation, so I'll be brief for now. But I want to applaud each member who's offered a thoughtful proposal to meet this moment. We know that China is not an ally or a strategic partner. They are a competitor. Their actions earlier this month make that abundantly clear. We have bills on today's schedule to address this threat. Additionally, we will discuss 2 bills in the financial institutions and monetary policy space. Mr. Williams' Bank Service Company Examination Coordination Act, and my bill with committee Republicans on the Data Privacy Act. The Data Privacy Act will put consumers back in control of their personal financial data. It is not an overhaul of current financial data privacy laws, but rather a modernization of law passed in 1999, before much of the technology we rely on today existed. I'll point out that this bill is the culmination of 3 years of work by committee Republicans. We started with a working group, crafted principles to guide our discussions, and released a discussion draft last year. We've received input from members and groups across the ideological spectrum and created a product that I believe will benefit consumers in every single one of our districts. This bill, along with the other pieces of legislation we'll consider today, is a great example of what this committee can accomplish when we work together. These are not messaging bills or a markup to clear the decks. It's not that. We are a legislating committee. Our product is legislation. I renew my call to every member of this committee to bring your ideas to me. My door is open on both sides of the aisle, and I wish to work together to address these major needs that our economy is firmly telling us to address. To that end, it's my expectation we'll hold several markups throughout the year on serious bills. In that vein, I want to level set with members and those that may be tuning in that we will have robust debate today and we will vote in real time. That may be the chair answering the call that no one made, but I think it makes the product move faster and for us to have a more serious debate in committee. We'll recess for House floor votes, but we plan to get back and stay as long as it takes to get through this list. I look forward to today's discussions, and now I yield back and now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Waters of California, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman McHenry. Today, we're marking up bills that both committee Democrats and Republicans have worked on together to reach agreement. Notably, most of these bills aim to hold the Chinese government accountable. With that said again, I urge my colleagues to be mindful of the words being used and ask that we refrain from language that stokes xenophobia and anti-Asian hate. Democrats have a strong record of standing up to the Chinese government, and I'm pleased that Republicans are moving legislation to build on Democratic achievements such as the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the longest reauthorization of the Export-Import Bank, and more. I continue to lend my support of legislation that strengthens our economy, including 11 of the bills being considered today. This list includes COVID-19 Emergency Medical Supplies Enhancement Act of 2021, led by Congressman Vargas, the China Threat Mitigation Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Spanberger, and my bill, the Aligning SEC Regulations for the World Bank International Development Association Act. But let me be clear, these are modest efforts to hold China accountable. And notably, this markup is not considering any legislation to address the biggest threats to our economy, a possible default on the United States debt or the persistent inflation in our economy. Both issues, if unresolved, will advance China's interests and cause untold harm to our constituents. And yet, despite requesting a hearing on the topic of a potential default on our debt, the chair has not taken any action on these threats to our economy. The Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, who is a Democrat, and the chair of the Federal Reserve Board, Jay Powell, who is a Republican, have also both urged Congress to act to prevent this preventable economic disaster. And on inflation, despite repeatedly claiming last year that it was a priority, after 2 months of leadership, Republicans have not brought forth any legislation to bring down costs for consumers. Failing to rein in inflation will undermine our ability to compete with China and inflict further pain across our communities. So, while I will support these modest efforts to address the threats from China, I continue to urge Republicans to take immediate action on inflation and the looming debt crisis to avoid further harming our economy with partisan brinksmanship. Now, there's another bill we're considering today that my Democratic colleagues and I have major concerns about. Chairman McHenry's Data Privacy Act of 2023. Time and time again, consumers have called for stronger data privacy protections so their sensitive personal data is not used or shared without their consent. Legislation in this space is long overdue. However, this bill is not the answer to Americans' data privacy problems. In fact, this bill is the problem. It fails to address consumers' concerns about their data privacy and actually undermines existing data privacy protections. Specifically, this bill would preempt many existing laws in states across the United States, including the strong privacy laws in my state of California. Let me be clear, this bill will not provide American consumers with the control that they need over their own data. It will weaken consumer protections and make it harder for consumers to protect themselves from bad actors and scammers. I urge the chairman to heed the concerns of consumer data privacy experts, consumer groups, and other stakeholders, and hold this rushed piece of legislation from today's markup so we can work together and develop a bipartisan bill that all of our members can support. So I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 554, the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 554, to deter Chinese aggression towards Taiwan by requiring the Secretary of the Treasury to publish...
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you for calling up my Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act, and I want to thank my good friend and the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for serving as an original co-sponsor. In the last few days, I've had the opportunity to consult with the intelligence community on their assessments of China and China's potential intentions in and around the Straits of Taiwan and the island of Taiwan. And I've just returned from a visit to Korea and Japan, where we talked about, with our most important allies in the region, current rhetoric in and around this important topic. Each of us understands the gravity of China's threat to the Taiwanese people. Even apart from the rhetoric, China has increasingly made incursions into Taiwan's airspace, at times sending dozens of aircraft into the island's air defense zone. A report this month in the Financial Times also cites Taiwanese officials confirming frequent flights by Chinese military balloons in recent years. The Financial Times noted how some U.S. military officials are convinced that Chinese President Xi Jinping wants to be prepared for combat with Taiwan over the near term. Mr. Chairman, there's nothing inevitable about conflict, but Congress has to change Beijing's cost-benefit analysis beforehand and not scramble for solutions when hostilities are considered or, in fact, broken out. In fact, all of our diplomacy speaks for mutual peaceful work between Taiwan and the People's Republic of China. Under my legislation, once the President notifies Congress that China has threatened Taiwan's security, a procedure laid out in the Taiwan Relations Act since 1979 that the Treasury Secretary would then be required to disclose the estimated funds of top officials in Beijing, whether the funds are held in the United States or abroad. This disclosure would be made public and translated into Chinese so that China's people can finally understand the scope of their leaders' ill-gotten gains. U.S. financial institutions would then be prohibited from dealing with these officials, as well as any immediate family members who benefit from the officials' assets. This would apply to the highest echelons of the Chinese Communist Party, including Xi Jinping himself. Chinese leaders and close relatives who seek to enjoy life abroad will find their pursuits are very difficult when they're blacklisted by U.S. banks. My legislation lets them know what aggression against Taiwan will incur deeply personal cost to themselves, their families, and their associates. In other words, Mr. Chairman, this bill lets the CCP know that endangering Taiwan will not only expose them to the Chinese public, potentially destabilizing their grip over their country, but also result in harsh financial sanctions for the leadership and for their families. They can avoid these costs by simply stepping back from aggressive militaristic threats towards the Taiwanese. Again, I want to thank my Democratic friend from California for joining me in this initiative. I believe it's one of the clearest signals yet from Congress that the United States is prepared to make China's leaders pay if they're reckless in their approach with Taiwan. But that choice ultimately belongs to China's leadership. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Vice Chair yields back. For what purpose is the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Capital Markets Committee?
To strike a couple of words.
Gentleman is recognized to strike the last word.
I thank the chair for yielding. I applaud my colleague from Arkansas, Mr. French, for his leadership in introducing the Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act of 2023, on which I'm the Democratic lead. As a member of the Congressional Taiwan Caucus and a former chair of the Asia Subcommittee, I've recognized the importance of supporting Taiwan. Taiwan is not only an important trading partner, it is a democratic ally, and an attempt to blockade or invade Taiwan would be very unsettling to the entire world order. It's something we need to deter. Putin's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine has emboldened authorities across the globe. It will embolden them more if it is viewed by Putin as successful. The Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act will hold Chinese Communist Party leaders, the individuals, accountable financially by reporting their illegal, illicit, and corrupt funds in financial institutions if China threatens, blockades, or invades Taiwan. It will hold these Chinese Communist Party elites accountable by restricting their U.S.-based financial services and limit the financial options for these officials and their families. I note that the bill's provisions become operational if the President finds that there's a significant threat to Taiwan pursuant to Section 3 of the Taiwan Relations Act. We have never made such an invocation. Hopefully we never will. Hopefully China will not use force in an effort to take control of Taiwan. So it is the hope that this bill will deter action so it will never actually become operative. But we learned with the Ukraine invasion that we need to tell dictators in the world what will happen automatically if they take adverse action. This is a good approach because so many dictators around the world feel that they can somehow get the executive branch to not impose serious penalties on them. This bill would become operative immediately and without, if there was such an invasion or blockade. Along these same lines, I'm working on other legislation to impose on China a large warning sticker on every item made in China and sold in the United States that would be operative if China provides lethal weapons to Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. The sticker would simply say, warning, purchase of this product may facilitate war crimes in Ukraine. The purpose of this would not be to cause the sticker to be imposed, but rather to show China that there'd be an immediate action should they make the mistake. And finally, while we're on the subject of China and the Financial Services Committee, I will have legislation before this committee in the capital markets area to make sure that all of American companies indicate as a risk factor in their annual statements their exposure to China and how the company would be affected if there was a rupture in U.S.-China economic relations. One of the purposes of this bill will be to inform investors so that they can make decisions. Another purpose will be to encourage America's corporations to decouple from China, to reduce their risk, and to compete for capital by showing that they have the resiliency to deal with whatever China might dish out or whatever rupture may occur. If our companies are resilient, our economy is resilient. So returning to this bill, we must cut off our financial institutions to senior People's Republic of China officials if there is the threat of invasion or attack or blockade. And I urge all of our colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate? Hearing none. There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Chairman?
The vice chair? The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. For purposes, the vice chair, seek recognition.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Gentleman asked for a roll call vote. Everyone in favor of a recorded vote, raise their hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions.
Aye.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey.
Okay.
Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney.
Aye.
Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson.
Aye.
Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim.
Aye.
Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin.
Aye.
Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles.
Aye.
Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman.
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia.
Aye.
Miss Garcia votes aye. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino.
That the last one?
Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Ms. Waters, you are voted as nay.
I'm voting aye from having voted no. Thank you.
Ms. Waters is recorded as voting aye.
Mr. Loudermilk.
Aye.
Mr. Loudermilk votes aye.
Are there any members who have not voted? Any member who wishes to change his or her vote? The clerk will report. Mr. Posey, you wish to be recorded? How do you wish to be recorded? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 40 and the nays are none.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 554 as amended, H.R. 554 as amended is ordered favorably to the House. The chair clarifies that the vote was on the question to order H.R. 554 as amended favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes. The members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1076, the Preventing Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1076, to require the Comptroller General of the United States to carry out a study on the trafficking into the United States of synthetic drugs and related illicit finance and fraud.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Texas, Mrs. Dela Cruz, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters, for allowing me to present H.R. 1076, the Preventing of Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act. I would also like to thank my colleagues, Rep. Pedersen and Rep. Ogles, for joining me in introducing this important piece of legislation. I'm proud that the bill we are considering today has bipartisan support, which will surely make crucial impacts in the districts we serve. My colleagues know the devastating, widespread effects that drug use and drug overdoses have on our communities. From January 2021 to January 2022, over 107,000 people in the United States died from drug overdoses, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. 67 of those deaths involve synthetic opioids like fentanyl. My home district of Hidalgo County, Texas, continues to make massive fentanyl seizes at the U.S.-Mexican border. In fact, in January 2022 alone, $1.5 million worth of fentanyl was seized. In South Texas, the USBP and Nueces County DA seized 3 gallons of fentanyl in December, which is enough to kill a population of 5 million people. This is 2.5 times the size of Houston, Texas. These numbers are absolutely staggering and surely impact every community across the country. Particularly, we have seen a rise in fentanyl usage in minority communities. According to a Washington Post article entitled Fentanyl Drug Overdose Deaths Rising Most Sharply Among African Americans from 2011 to 2016, the death rate among the Black community from fentanyl-involved drug overdose rose 141% each year on average. This, coupled with the death rate for Hispanics, which rose 118% during the same time frame, is tragic. Congress must find ways to tackle this growing problem, and understanding the financing of these drugs will be an important step in doing so. H.R. 1076 is a straightforward bill that directs the Comptroller General of the United States to study the illicit financing associated with synthetic drug trafficking. This study will outline for Congress the business model for the organizations carrying out the trafficking, how they move and hide their illicit gains, and what the U.S. government must do to thwart fentanyl money laundering. I again thank my colleagues for supporting this bill and look forward to finding bipartisan ways to address this issue going forward. With that, I yield back.
A gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
A gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak in favor of H.R. 1076, Preventing the Financing of Illegal Synthetic Drugs Act. This legislation instructs the Comptroller General to focus on an issue that is destroying communities nationwide, the import of fentanyl and methamphetamine products and precursors into our country. And I want to thank my colleague from Texas, Rep. De La Cruz, for her focus on this issue and for making sure we can address it in a bipartisan way. I want to note that this is just the first step, and I look forward to continuing our work together in this committee as we dive into how Chinese and other foreign companies are manufacturing and exporting synthetic drugs and precursor chemicals like fentanyl that end up in the United States. And we must work together to better understand and disrupt the supply chain that's destroying communities across the country. The fentanyl crisis is showing no signs of abating, and more than 100,000 individuals died from drug overdoses or drug poisonings in the last 12-month period ending in January 2022. 2/3 of those deaths involve synthetic opioids like fentanyl. We know that fentanyl has completely taken over the drug supply chain, and this is the third wave of the opioid epidemic. It is ravaging communities across the country and in Colorado. I also want to recognize and thank Ranking Member Waters for her years of focus on this issue, and I understand her concern that in the 1980s, Congress had a misguided focus on the crack cocaine epidemic and a lack of priority. I look forward to working together to ensure that we can learn from the past and look at better policies for the future in this committee. With that, thank you to Representative De La Cruz, as well as Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters for all of your work on this. Solving the fentanyl crisis is not a partisan issue, and I look forward to working together on it.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The ranking member has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1076.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlewoman is recognized for the purposes of...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As you know...
If we would pause for distribution of amendments, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's kind of itchy to get on with it, right? Sorry.
Yes.
Have all members received copies? Who wish to receive copies? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1076, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
And without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The ranking member is recognized for the purposes of debating her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As you and I have agreed, I will offer this amendment and I will ultimately withdraw it, reflecting our agreement to do a letter together on the issues raised by my amendment text. I look forward to working with you on that endeavor. I appreciate the intent and construction of this bill from Representative De La Cruz of Texas. Thanks to the collaboration by our staffs, it offers a well-written study focused on the financing and proceeds of the illicit synthetic drugs trade that is plaguing American communities across the country. And the numbers are staggering. Deaths involving synthetic opioids such as fentanyl and methamphetamine increased by 22% in 2021, killing over 100,000 of our family members and neighbors. In 2022, there were also nearly 200,000 non-fatal opioid overdoses recorded in the United States. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says that in 2021, overdose death rates increased 44% for Black people and 39% for American Indian and Alaska Native people, showing troubling trends and widening disparities among different population groups. Unfortunately, the current synthetic drug crisis is in many ways very familiar. Whether it was cocaine, crack cocaine, or heroin, drug trafficking organizations have long profited from targeting our communities with illicit drugs that destroy families and lives. And I'm talking about all of our communities. As prior GAO studies and federal agency activities have demonstrated, there are lasting consequences of drug trafficking to an individual's health, mental health, mortality, education, housing, and overall economic opportunities. Millions of lives have been broken, and I don't think we fully understand just how the ripple effects of past epidemics are continuing to affect all of our communities to this day. That is why I believe we should take the time to learn the lessons of past epidemics. Decades of research now show how ineffective it was to address past epidemics by putting people in jail for having substance use disorders rather than treating them through the healthcare system. These are lessons that are keenly understood by America's Black community. During the 1980s and 90s, many raised alarms about how the cartels were flooding our communities with crack cocaine, dealing in incalculable physical, social, and economic damage of the epidemic. Instead of answering our pleas for help and addressing the many facets of that public health crisis, the government most often treated the victims as criminals. But we have not really learned these lessons as a nation. For example, while 17% of those who died from opiate overdose 2020 were Blacks and 69% were non-white Hispanics. Far more Blacks and Hispanics are being sentenced for opiate-related crimes, suggesting that it's still prisons for people of color and rehab clinics for others. That unjust disparity repeats the same mistakes of previous crises, marring generations of Americans in an endless circle of devastated families, economic strife, and healthcare struggles. We also still have one-strike policies in place for public housing residents that encourage immediate eviction after suspected drug activity, causing entire families to become homeless if just one family member is even suspected of using drugs. There are also few protections against discrimination by private landlords based on a criminal drug record or prior arrests. We also know that the wealth gap dividing Americans continues to widen. As a result, these policies that are remnants of a shameful and effective war on drugs are proof that we have not yet learned as a country, despite ample research. A study commissioned by this committee should reinforce these lessons. And for these reasons, I really urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment. Yet, I know there was a lot of resistance to having my amendment attached to this bill. But I want you to know, while I am still concerned about the damage that was caused, I think, to children who were born of addicted parents, it shows up in our education system, it shows up in our health systems, and it shows up in the wealth gap. I want to tell you all, I was in Iowa just a year or two ago, and I was shocked that the Mormon religion was faced with many of the young people who were now on fentanyl. And as I heard the stories about young people in the alleys in Iowa, I know it's time for all of us to look at the drug problem in this country in a serious way and deal with the epidemics that it is causing and the lives that are being lost. And with that, because I don't have the support, I will yield back at this moment, and we'll take it up later.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, any other members?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Tennessee. For what purposes, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, sir.
Gentleman is recognized to strike the last word.
I want to thank my colleagues, De La Cruz and Pedersen, for bringing this issue forward. It's an important issue, and it's a plague that's sweeping this country. I also want to thank Ranking Member Waters for her concern on the issue as well, and I look forward to working with her on her issue in the future.
Will the gentleman yield to the chair?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields. I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I would convey to the ranking member and members of this committee, there are a number of issues that we have to strike at this committee. When we have bills like this that come before us in hearings, the goal is to actually elicit member feedback before we get into a markup. And if we can correct and improve that product before it comes to the markup, we should do that. That's the reason why we have amendments in the nature of substitutes. And when we can't do that, or it's late in the stages for ideas related to this, we have amendments. I think the goal should be for us to try to work together and deal with these things beforehand. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. The gentlewoman from Texas offered an amendment on illegal synthetic drugs that are plaguing cross-border movements of cash and human trafficking, things that we need to get at in this committee. But certainly what the ranking member offers in this in her amendment should be addressed by our committee. We are focused on the movement of value in the economy as a committee. We know that there are illicit means for illicit drugs and human trafficking to transact. We want to make sure we strike at those things. The gentlewoman from Missouri and the ranking member have done serious legislating on human trafficking, and I think we should continue to address that. But I do agree with the ranking member. Every American family has been touched by the scourge of illicit drugs. And we want to get at the movement of value and money that enables that. And where we can be effective at stopping that, we should. And so to that end, I am happy to work with the ranking member on ensuring the GAO addresses that. And with that, happy to yield back to the gentleman from Tennessee. And does he yield back?
Yes, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I move to strike the last word.
On the amendment, does the gentleman seek to strike the last word to speak on the amendment?
Sure.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be very quick. I agree with the ranking member I was in the Bronx when crack cocaine hit, and I did not understand why we treated crack cocaine differently than cocaine. Both were destroying families. Just seemed that one affected African Americans and Latinos more than whites, but I did not know why the criminal justice system treated it differently. So I agree with her. I did want to inquire, though, about the issue of cryptocurrency. I don't see the cryptocurrencies in here in the study. I know that we were taking a look at that when we were looking at human trafficking. It doesn't prohibit looking at cryptocurrency. I assume that my two colleagues are going to look at that it's going to be part of the study. Am I incorrect?
The gentleman will yield.
Yes, of course.
It's the chair's intention for us to talk about digital assets and cryptocurrency at a future date. The goal here was to address China in the first hearing we had. When we get to matters of payments and hearings around payments and cryptocurrency and digital assets, those are the types of bills that I would love to see my colleagues offer in relation to illicit finance for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the ranking member wish to withdraw her amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Even though I do not get a chance to have my amendment in the bill, I think starting this discussion is very important, and I want everyone to know it is not just about crack cocaine, it's about fentanyl and other drugs. I now withdraw my amendment, and I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to working with you.
And I thank the ranking member. Does any other member wish to?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Iowa seeks recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word on the
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, and I will be brief. I want to thank Congressman De La Cruz for her incredible effort on this, along with Congresswoman Peterson, for putting forth important legislation on the money laundering associated with fentanyl trafficking. I imagine that every one of us has heard from our local law enforcement. I recently visited the border where I saw enough fentanyl to kill my entire community in Des Moines, Iowa, in one load. I rode along with, just this month, my sheriff of Union County and saw, even in rural Iowa, the toll that fentanyl has taken on bleeding out communities in the Midwest. Fentanyl has continued to decimate entire communities back home. My staff and I have been in constant contact, as I'm sure many in this room have been, in understanding the impact it has on the ground. And let me be frank, the numbers that we've experienced are simply catastrophic. This is not a rural, an urban, or a suburban issue. It is an American issue. In my home state of Iowa, the Department of Public Health reports that over the last 2 years, they have seen a 34% increase in drug overdose deaths due mostly to fentanyl implications. And fentanyl itself has poisoned 83% of those statewide opioid deaths. Specifically, among Iowans 25 years of age and under, drug overdose deaths increased by 120%. This is a two-fold increase over the last years, and we expect to see those numbers increase again in 2022. Now, some on the Hill are going to say that this issue is better served in committees, whether it be Energy, Commerce, Judiciary, Homeland Security, but anyone who has a background in business or an intel perspective on cartels knows that without proper revenue streams, these operations cannot and will not exist. It is for this reason that I believe, Chairman, you have focused correctly that fentanyl must be a focus of the Financial Services Committee. One of the most important issues that Congress aims to address is ending the synthetic opioid crisis because of good bills like this. And to tackle the financing, as the adage goes, we must first follow the money, and that is exactly what this bill does. I look forward to voting on this bipartisan bill, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Norman, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm going to support this bill. My comments, though, are the elephant in the room is what's causing this. The elephant in the room is an open border that the drug cartels have taken over. And this bill, I'm sure the Comptroller General, preventing the financing of illegal synthetic drugs and really any other drug, as Ms. Waters mentioned. But the elephant in the room is, why in the world is this country letting everybody from anywhere come in and with the fentanyl that's killed over 100,000 Americans? And this is a Band-Aid approach. I mean, it's a bill that Americans, I think, are screaming at. Shut the border down. Have a designated point of entry. But this administration simply is ignoring the facts in the room, and Americans are tired of it because people are dying. We had a seminar that we went to that Derek Maltz, who was a DEA agent, had a book 50 pages long of dead children. And his comment to me was, in the morgue, there are no treatment centers. And I would just add, until this administration takes seriously the deaths, the drugs that are coming across the border, and does something about it, it's going to continue. And it's the reason why the cartels are controlling many states in this country, particularly the border states. We are all border states now. In South Carolina, 3 months ago, we recovered enough fentanyl to kill 100,000 people. What's this administration doing about it? Nothing. And it's just so frustrating to have this when people are dying every day. And it affects everybody. It affects whites, blacks, you name everybody. It doesn't discriminate. And it's so sad that this is happening to America at this particular point in time. It's sad for our law enforcement who are dying from dollar bills wrapped in fentanyl. It's sad for our law enforcement when they call on a suspect and the fentanyl could easily take out his life as well as the young people that are taking it. So I support this. It's hypocrisy to say this is going to do much. The only thing that's going to stop what's going on in this country is to shut the border down and to take seriously the deaths that are occurring. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there any further, gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate? Gentleman from Ohio moves to strike the last word.
Very briefly, I just would encourage our colleagues to follow the results of this study. We asked for lots of studies. We need to get this across the finish line on the floor. It's so important for all our districts. I know we could all take a long time. We have a lot of studies and we don't always follow them. I applaud the folks that have worked on it. And the other component of this is I've got a bill called the Stop the Cartels Act, soon to be renamed the Lizzie Murphy Act to Stop the Cartels, after a 21-year-old girl who took a Xanax. Not a good idea, but it's not supposed to kill you. The Xanax was laced with fentanyl. This is how 70,000 Americans died last year. And I think, Chairman, it's great that you and our committee are united in moving this bill. I hope we'll unite behind the Stop the Cartels Act because it designates the cartels rightly as enemies of our country. It makes them eligible for Tier 1 intelligence collection so we can begin to sanction the named individuals and companies that are funneling this fentanyl, moving the drugs, moving the money, and killing our friends, families, and neighbors. I yield.
Will the gentleman yield to the chair?
Yes, I yield, Chairman.
I appreciate my colleague. And to be clear, there's wider interest in public policy than just our committee of jurisdiction here. Border issues are serious issues. We have a member who's on the border who's offering this bill to address illicit finance. There is a connection to China, as we've discussed in other settings, with synthetic drugs coming across our borders and coming into the American people of all communities. But our focus here is on the financing of this and the mechanism to do that. And so, I want to ensure that we're focused on the debate within the four corners of our policy jurisdiction here. There are a number of things that we otherwise want to address. As the ranking member outlined, a number of members have outlined. But let's stay, if we could stay focused on the committee of jurisdiction here. And yield back to the member. Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield. Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Hearing no further debate, there being no further discussion or amendment on the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Mrs. De La Cruz. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 1076 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Is there a request for a recorded vote? All right. The ayes have it. All right. 1076 as amended is ordered, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical or conforming changes, and members shall have 2 days to file views on the reporting of the measure. Pursuant to notice, I shall now call up H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1156, to require the Secretary of the Treasury to conduct a study and report on the exposure of the United States to the financial sector of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentlelady from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on behalf of the bill and the ANS sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'm pleased to present and support H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act, sponsored, as the chair just said, by my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger of Virginia and Congressman Williams of Texas. This is basically an economic risk, a study on economic risk that we face with China. The People's Republic of China continues to pose a significant threat to our economy and our financial system. And we must take a clear picture of the risks that we face so we can bolster our economy interests and mitigate these threats. This bipartisan bill will require the Treasury Department to study and issue a report that analyzes risks to the United States' financial stability and the global economy stemming from China. Treasury would be required to provide recommendations for further actions that the United States government can take through relevant international organizations to better monitor and mitigate these financial risks from China. I'm pleased that our committee worked in a bipartisan fashion last Congress under the leadership of then Chairwoman Maxine Waters to advance identical legislation through the House on 3 separate occasions in the 117th Congress, specifically in the last 2 National Defense Authorization Acts and as a provision of the Competes Act. This provision, Mr. Chairman, also received support from our counterparts with the Senate Banking Committee, so I am hopeful that we can get this important bill to the President's desk without delay, and certainly I am urging all of our members to support this bipartisan bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For purposes of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, seek recognition.
Move strike the last word.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. China is attempting to weaken our country in any way possible. The interference and aggression coming from the Chinese Community Party poses a significant threat to our financial systems. The CCP's track record of abusing the systems in place is jeopardizing our national and economic security. H.R. 1156, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act, takes an important step in addressing these concerns by requiring the Department of Treasury to report on the risks coming from the Chinese financial sector, along with recommendations on strengthening international cooperation to monitor and mitigate these risks. Our top priority should always be to protect our Western values and promote the interests of the United States. My bill is a critical step in holding the CCP accountable for their abuse of the financial sector. I urge all my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, no further discussion or debate. The The amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on the ordering of H.R. 1156 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it,
Mr. Chairman, could I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas. Aye. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald.
To make us,
Mr. Garbarino.
because he knows we got.
Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles.
Aye.
Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye.
Is there any member who's not voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 40 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1156 as amended, H.R. 1156 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. At this point, the chair would like to give you the updated schematic for the next couple of votes. H.R. 1109 will be the next bill we have up, followed by H.R. 540, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act of 2023, offered by Ms. Kim. H.R. 510, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2023, offered by Mr. Davidson. H.R. 839, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act of 2023, offered by Mr. Muser, followed by H.R. 803, the Protect Taiwan Act by Mr. Lucas, H.R. 555, the Securing America's Vaccines for Emergencies Act of 2023 by Mr. Hill. Again, I'd refer you back to your email if you want further details on that, but the chair announces that that is the intention for the markup. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1109, the Bank Service Company Examination Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1109, to amend the Bank Service Company Act to provide improvements with respect to state banking agencies and...
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without
H.R.
objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman McHenry for including my bill in today's markup, as well as Congressman Meeks and Congressman Hill for co-leading this important effort. H.R. 1109, better known as the Bank Service Company Examination Coordination Act, is a common-sense piece of legislation that enables state and federal regulators to coordinate their examination activities of bank service companies to avoid duplicate actions. As partnerships between financial institutions and third-party service providers are becoming more common, there is a growing need to relieve regulatory burdens on community banks and resolve the current inefficiencies between state and federal agencies. My bill allows regulators at each level of government to improve information sharing and exam coordination, to use limited resources more efficiently, and encourage a more effective supervision of service providers. Now, this will help to harmonize the oversight process without adding additional risk to the financial system. Sharing the results of regulatory examinations between agencies can reduce unnecessary burdens of providing the same information multiple times to a variety of government entities, and to prevent duplicative regulatory oversight while promoting more consistent standards across the board. It is critical that we ensure our financial system is not bogged down by more bureaucracy and red tape. This legislation will avoid duplication in regulatory examinations, reporting requirements, and information requests, helping to provide the best protections for consumers nationwide. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1109 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? The ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters, recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the sponsors of H.R. 1109, Representatives Williams and Meeks, for their work on this bipartisan bill, which would promote better coordination between federal and state banking regulators as they oversee third-party vendors and companies that provide a wide range of services for banks. In recent years, technology has disrupted every industry, including banking, and given the increase in bank partnerships with fintech companies, as well as the significant cybersecurity risk that come with the use of technology, it is imperative that we ensure there is well-coordinated oversight of third-party vendors used by banks. I was pleased to advance this bipartisan bill in 2019, advancing it through the House by voice vote. I'm glad we are taking it up again, as it will help promote financial stability. In its 2022 annual report, the Financial Stability Oversight Council recommended that federal banking regulators work to improve their coordination with state regulators with respect to their oversight of third-party vendors. This bill would support that effort. So I urge members to support H.R. 1109, as it will strengthen oversight of third-party vendors used by banks, which should help with not only cybersecurity, but also consumer protection and financial stability. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion or further debate?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
The ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, co-sponsor of the bill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Waters for working on this bill and for including this important legislation in today's markup. As the ranking member has so eloquently stated, this bill will improve efficiency, communication, and coordination in our banking system, particularly as it relates to the examination of third-party service providers. Banks partner with these providers to assist with everything from lending and deposit taking to call center capabilities and IT services. Current law authorized federal regulators to examine service providers, and currently 38 states have similar authority under their state law. This legislation would enable federal regulators to share information with state regulators, eliminating duplicative supervision and wasted time and resources. Notably, this bill does not create any new authority at the state level. Coordinating examinations for third-party service providers is pro-consumer, it's also pro-business, and it's also pro-regulator. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and let's move it out of committee. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate? There being no discussion or amendment, no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 1109 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Is there a request for recorded vote?
Mr. Chairman, request recorded vote.
Gentleman from Missouri requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas, Mr. Emmer, Mr. Emmer, Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney, Mr. Mooney, Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn.
Aye.
Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz.
Aye.
Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles.
Aye.
Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks.
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk, Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye.
Any member who's not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? Then the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 39 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1109 as amended. Somebody should answer the phone. As amended, it is ordered favorably reported at the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 legislative days to file views on the reported measure. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 540, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 540, to require the Secretary of the Treasury to pursue more equitable treatment of Taiwan at the international financial institutions and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim. Mrs. Kim has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, for considering my legislation, H.R. 540, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act. I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Green of Texas, for making this bill bipartisan. Mr. Chairman, long-standing U.S. policy towards Taiwan has supported the island's membership in international organizations where statehood is not a prerequisite. The U.S. also advocates for Taiwan's voice to be heard where membership is not possible. This principle has endured for decades across Republican and Democratic administrations, and it has repeatedly been reaffirmed in bills passed by Congress. My bill is straightforward. It requires the Treasury Department to implement our Taiwan policy at the International Monetary Fund. As the legislation makes clear, Taiwan is not required to be a member state in the United Nations in order to gain membership in the IMF. Indeed, Kosovo, also not a UN member, has belonged to the IMF for over a decade. If Taiwan seeks admission to the IMF, Treasury should carry out U.S. policy by supporting its application. At the same time, membership in such institutions does not happen overnight. So during that process, my bill would urge the IMF to integrate Taiwan into its regular economic monitoring activities, provide Taiwanese nationals with equal employment opportunities, and offer appropriate technical assistance. Let me explain why this is overdue for Taiwan. The IMF is devoted to monetary cooperation, exchange rate stability, and the growth of international trade. It is therefore absurd for the institution to exclude an economy like Taiwan. Taiwan is one of our top 10 trading partners, and it has the 5th largest reserves of any foreign country, greater than Brazil, South Korea, Mexico, or any European country except Switzerland. Alongside Korea, Taiwan is also one of the world's most astonishing economic growth stories. So why wouldn't we want its experiences to inform the work of the IMF? At a time when China has been threatening the work of the IMF through its non-transparent lending abroad and its lack of cooperation with other creditors, we must focus the fund on effective international cooperation. That means openness toward potential members like Taiwan that can make significant contributions to the IMF's mission. So, Mr. Chairman, let me add one other point, and that is advocating for Taiwan's membership in the IMF will further unlock additional opportunities for the country in other international financial institutions. The World Bank, for instance, requires countries to first be members of the IMF. In the Senate, the Foreign Relations Committee has expressed bipartisan support for Taiwan's membership at the Inter-American Development Bank. This, too, would be made possible after Taiwan joins the IMF. So my legislation is not just about Taiwan's voice at the fund, but potentially its broader involvement with the international financial institutions. So again, I want to thank the chair for considering the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act, and I commend Mr. Green for co-leading the legislation with me. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate?
Green from Texas.
The ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee, Mr. Green, is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member. I thank both of you for the spirit of bipartisanship that has enveloped this meeting. I have been to Taiwan. I have many friends in my congressional district who are from Taiwan, And I've had an opportunity to discuss this legislation with friends, many of whom are leaders in the community. This piece of legislation is very meaningful. This bill would require the U.S. to advocate for Taiwan's membership and meaningful participation at the IMF to the extent that admission is sought by Taiwan. It would also require that the U.S. advocate for Article 4 of the IMF surveillance of activities in Taiwan, including employment opportunities, training, and technical assistance for Taiwan from the IMF. The bill has a sunset of 10 years from enactment or when the Board of Governors at the IMF admit Taiwan to the fund, whichever comes first. I believe that this bill will be of great value to Taiwan at some point in the future. I want to thank Ms. Kim for bringing the bill forward in this Congress. I believe that she has taken an approach that will be of benefit to the people of Taiwan. Ms. Kim, again, I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I encourage my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the Vice Chair seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I want to thank my friend from California for offering this important legislation. It's a good complement to the work Mr. Sherman and I talked about earlier today, which is to discourage China from being provocative in its aggression towards Taiwan. Taiwan's grown to be the 21st largest economy in the world. The story of the Asian tigers of Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea have dominated economics in Asia for the past 60 years, and yet Taiwan's economy, its productive 23 million people, are held to second-class standards by the International Monetary Fund. What a shame, because doesn't the IMF need high-quality economies of productive people as members? Think about that. This is a country with a negligible budget deficit, low debt to GDP, well-managed, high-tech, high growth, that has the potential to help other members of the IMF and help guide IMF policy, and yet it's discriminated against. It's hard to justify that. Hard to justify that with the leadership of the IMF, who is attempting to convert the International Monetary Fund into a climate fund. We need the IMF focused on short-term imbalances in exchange and sovereign financial position. And I think Taiwan being a member would be an outstanding example of the kinds of policies, trade policies, economic policies for the other members to learn from, as well as to have Taiwan's leadership participation in the fund and the fund's priorities in the years ahead. So I want to thank my friend from California for her effort at this legislation. It's exactly the kind of legislation we need to move on a bipartisan basis in this committee. I thank the chairman for putting in the markup, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Missouri, the chairman of the National Security Subcommittee.
I move to strike last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my colleague, Ms. Kim, and Mr. Green for his comments on this issue, as well as my good friend, Mr. Hill from Arkansas. And I want to express my extreme support for this legislation as well. U.S. policy toward Taiwan, as repeatedly reaffirmed in law, supports the island's membership in international organizations where statehood is not a prerequisite. Where membership is not possible, the U.S. supports the meaningful participation of Taiwan in the organization, and that's what this bill recognizes here. This legislation will simply require Treasury to carry out that policy at the IMF, where Taiwan neither enjoys membership nor participates in any meaningful way. It would direct the U.S. Governor of the IMF to support the inclusion of Taiwan as a member and for its meaningful participation. Taiwan is a diverse and strong economy and deserves a seat on the world stage. As stated by Mr. Hill a minute ago, it's the 21st largest economy in the world and should have a say in the form and function of the international financial institutions that affect them. China has consistently advocated to exclude Taiwan from international financial institutions in an attempt to further isolate the island, something we need to be pushing back on. I believe the U.S. should look to bring Taiwan into the fold as a major economy regarding international finance and global economic conditions. The significance of the legislation cannot be understated. It is huge. This is a really, really important thing for Taiwan to be able to access these seats on these different boards and for them have a seat at the IMF table. And then for them, then they'll be able to push back on the dictatorial and oppressive Chinese regime. As Ms. Kim indicated, it also serves as a stepping stone for Taiwan to join other international financial institutions such as the World Bank and Inter-American Development Bank. U.S. must continue to prioritize its relationship with Taiwan and look to minimize the control of the Chinese Communist Party, one which has, which is not our partner. Taiwan is our partner, and we need to look at it from that standpoint. I think this is an important piece of legislation. Mr. Chairman, with that, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate? There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 540 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. For what purposes, gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luchtemeier. Mr. Luchtemeier votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz.
Aye.
Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Aye. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Stile. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes.
Any member who wishes to change his or her vote? Any member who has not voted? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 38 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 540 as amended, it is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on reporting the measure. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 510, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 510, to require the United States Governor of and the United States Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund to oppose an increase in the weight of Chinese renminbi.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 510.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for calling up my legislation, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act. In 2016, the Chinese RMB officially joined the International Monetary Fund's elite currency basket, which determines the value of the IMF's special drawing rights. The IMF's decision was something of a coup for Beijing, as the RMB now sits in an exclusive club with the dollar, the euro, the pound sterling, and the yen. Those other currencies represent the currency in the United States, the European Union, the Great Britain, and Japan. All of them are market economies, unlike China. China, when they joined the World Trade Organization, committed to be a market economy, and no one recognizes China as a market economy, and it's not rational to treat their currency as such. Nevertheless, I believe the IMF elevation of the RMB was inappropriate or premature at best. At the time, the RMB lagged behind the Canadian and Australian dollars as an international reserve currency, and China lacks the rule of law still, and maybe even more so under Xi Jinping's leadership. The IMF thought that elevating Beijing anyway would encourage the government to pursue reforms and work with the international community. That false assumption has been proven by events since China became part of the World Trade Organization, and every day they prove that they're not turning towards a more market-oriented economy. In fact, they're turning away faster under Xi Jinping's leadership. None of this has come to pass. None of these false hopes of China becoming more open have come to pass. Not long after the IMF took this action, China went on to assault Hong Kong's democracy. They increased state control over the economy. They threatened Taiwan repeatedly. They act now as a lifeline to Vladimir Putin's regime, and they are actively carrying out a genocide of their Uyghur population. Rather than look these facts in the eye, the IMF chose last year to increase the weight of the RMB in the special drawing rights basket from 10.92% to 12.28%, making it the third most prominent currency in the basket, behind the dollar and the euro. Even leaving aside China's aggression at home and abroad, the IMF undertook this move despite China's lack of an independent central bank and a free-floating currency, as well as the country's non-transparent policies for exchange rate management. My bill requires the Treasury Secretary to oppose any future increase in the RMB's weight in the special drawing rights currency basket unless China undertakes profound economic reforms. These include adherence to IMF standards on exchange rate practices and transparency of information, which Treasury Department has repeatedly flagged as a problem when monitoring China's financial governance. Under my bill, an increase in the RMB's weight at the IMF would also be off the table until China complies with the rules and principles of the Paris Club and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Arrangement on officially supported export credits. These two bodies, under the United States leadership, has helped establish international rules of the road for government, lending abroad, and export credit. The Chinese have disregarded these important groups in order to saddle developing countries with opaque and unsustainable debt, including through their Belt and Road Initiative. As a result, China is now the world's largest official creditor and provider of export subsidies. Beijing's refusal to disclose its lending to foreign countries or engage in significant debt restructuring is providing a fundamental threat to the IMF's actual work. Recent examples include China's lack of cooperation in Sri Lanka and Zambia, but more cases will follow as long as Beijing operates outside international norms. Mr. Chairman, special drawing rights are not only a reserve asset in central banks around the world, they also serve as a unit of account for the International Monetary Fund. It's baffling that the Treasury Department allowed its value to be determined by China's dictatorship. We must prevent a bad situation from becoming worse by containing the RMB's influence over special drawing rights, and that is what my bill seeks to achieve. I want to thank the chairman again for considering this important legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This bill requires the Treasury Secretary to oppose an increase in the weight of China's renminbi in the basket of currencies that determines the value of IMF special drawing rights unless the Treasury Secretary certifies that China is in compliance with its obligations, and that's under Article 8 of the Articles of Agreement, among other conditions. Now, while I am supportive of the underlying goal of this bill, the Treasury has noted, and the Congressional Research Service has affirmed, that Treasury does not have visibility into China's confidential provision of data to the IMF and cannot independently certify that China is complying with IMF obligations. So I am supportive of this bill because I'm supportive of the intent from my colleague from Ohio. But I hope that the logical impossibility that I have pointed out, Mr. Chairman, will be resolved before this bill moves to the floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
to
Mr.
strike
Chairman. I
last
move to strike the last word. I think it's indicative this morning that we have a lot of bills that deal with China. I think it's fantastic that we're finally waking up to the threat. We're recognizing that the Chinese Communist Party / government is a true threat to our country, our economy, and our financial system. And I'm excited to see the involvement that everybody's having here this morning and the support on a bipartisan basis for all these different bills. I want to thank my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Davison, for introducing this important legislation. As he noted in his testimony, in 2016, the International Monetary Fund made an ill-advised decision to include China's RMB as one of the 5 currencies and to make up special drawing rights. Even more concerning is that Treasury supported this decision at that time. If that's not bad enough, in 2022, the IMF went further by increasing the weight of the RMB in the drawing rights basket from 10.92% to 12.28%, a move that Treasury signed off again. Special drawing rights are a major international reserve asset for IMF countries and also serves as a unit of account for IMF lending. Currently, the dollar, euro, pound, yen, and now the RMB make up the SDR, the basket of monies. The U.S. should not be advocating to increase the balance of the RMB as a reserve asset, period, especially when it is a long-term goal of the Chinese economy to overtake the United States dollar as reserve currency. This is a huge step for them to be able to get to that point. We have to understand that the Chinese, when they get their economy going and they get their currency recognized, it is a direct threat to us as a country. Not to mention all the other currencies in the SDR have an independent central bank and a free-floating currency, as China does not. And China has a history of non-transparent policies for exchange rate management. The legislation for us would require the Treasury Secretary to oppose an increase in the weight of China's RMB in the basket of currencies used to value the SDR unless China meets certain requirements on transparency and international standards. This legislation is critical to hold Beijing accountable and to ensure international bodies on which the U.S. sits that they are not aiding China's economy, as it is weaponized against us and American businesses today. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? There being no further discussion or amendment to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 510 as amended to the House. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Ohio requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino, Mrs. Kim, Mrs. Kim, Mr. Donalds. Yes. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Aye. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Aye. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Aye. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Aye. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Aye. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Aye. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Aye. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Aye. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Aye. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Aye. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Aye. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Vote aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Luchtemeier. Mr. Luchtemeier votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Stile. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Ms. Waters. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes.
Is there any member who has not voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 40 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 510 as amended. H.R. 510 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 839, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 839, to require the United States Executive Director at the International...
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8...
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman very much for calling up this legislation, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act. This is a common sense and necessary measure that will bolster the Treasury Department's efforts to hold China accountable for its opaque exchange rate policies. China has long managed its exchange rate, leading to concerns that it prevents its currency from appreciating in order to give Chinese exporters an unfair advantage in trade. Unlike other advanced economies with floating currencies, China carries out exchange rate intervention by controlling its central bank and state-owned financial institutions. The Treasury Department has repeatedly criticized China for this lack of transparency. Since Beijing doesn't disclose its foreign exchange market intervention, Treasury is forced to estimate it. This type of currency secrecy makes China an outlier in the global economy where nearly every other country publishes this data. This is all the more unacceptable when China is running a trade surplus in goods with the United States of more than $300 billion a year. My bill would require Treasury to advocate for stronger Chinese compliance with international norms and obligations when reporting details of its exchange rate management. The primary institution overseeing these norms is the IMF, of which China is a voluntary member. Membership and participation at the IMF brings with it the responsibility to fulfill obligations to the global economy by being honest about your currency practices. China has not been a responsible stakeholder and has repeatedly ignored requests from the IMF for clarification. As our representative on the IMF, Treasury must demand China to adhere to the fund's principles, which are laid down clearly in the IMF's Articles of Agreements, which China agreed to when joining. My bill also calls for Treasury to push the IMF into calling out China's irresponsibility compared to other advanced economies. In 2016, the Chinese RMB was added to an elite basket of currencies at the IMF that determines the value of IMF special drawing rights, which nations use when struggling in tough fiscal times. These currencies had previously been limited to the dollar, euro, pound, and yen. The RMB's inclusion in these currencies is an embarrassment to the IMF and a travesty for global finance. Only currencies which are transparent should be used for special drawing rights. It is long past time for the IMF to stand up to China and require it to abide by the same rules that the members of the IMF abide by. We need Treasury to increase the pressure at the IMF and bring our friends and allies along with us. Finally, my legislation would require Treasury to take China's lack of responsibility into account when reviewing Beijing's shareholding at the IMF. This is essential, as the IMF is scheduled to conclude a shareholding review by the end of this year. My bill sends a clear signal that Congress will look skeptically on any increase to China's voting power at the IMF if it maintains a veil of secrecy around its exchange rate practices. Mr. Chairman, China's opaque policies jeopardize the ability of the United States and the IMF to monitor the global economy, which is increasingly interconnected with China. Without the ability to see what China is really doing with its currency, the IMF's mission of ensuring exchange rate stability around the world is in jeopardy. China has already threatened the IMF's work through the billions of dollars in predatory loans it has dumped on the developing world. It cannot also make a mockery of the IMF's mission to support orderly exchange rates. It is overdue for the U.S. to say enough is enough, to stand up to China and to support a level playing field for all nations in the global economy. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For which purpose does the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to start by thanking the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his common sense legislation and want to voice my support for this common sense bill. China has a history of manipulating its currency exchange rates on global markets to create advantageous financial conditions at the expense of U.S. enterprises. The Chinese purposefully mislead the international community by producing misleading reports and taking actions to skirt international scrutiny. This bill would direct the IMF to investigate Chinese exchange rate manipulations and advocate for transparency from China, Chinese financial institutions, and state-owned enterprises. It reflects a bipartisan objective to hold China accountable for its economic governance. We need to make sure the international financial market is fair and transparent. The U.S. must use its position in the IMF to advocate for clear global standards. We need Treasury to take a firm stand at the IMF and insist that China adhere to the exchange rate policies of other advanced economies, or at the very least disclose what those policies are. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For which purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Yeah, I seek recognition to strike the last word.
Mr. Nickel, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to join Representative Muser as co-lead on the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act, a good bipartisan piece of legislation. U.S. manufacturing jobs are vital to the economy of North Carolina, and this bill seeks to ensure that our businesses have a fair shot at competing with Chinese businesses. Our bipartisan bill requires the U.S. Executive Director at the IMF to use America's voice and vote to advocate for increased transparency and enhanced surveillance of China's exchange rate policies. Additionally, this bill would require that the U.S. use our voice and vote to advocate for strong consideration of China's behavior in the international monetary system when evaluating their quota and voting shares at the IMF. China's suspected policy of intervening in currency markets to control the value of the yuan is a concern to me. This bill would allow the United States to gather more information about whether and how this practice is occurring. The government of China is currently playing by its own set of rules, and we need to level the playing field. By devaluing its currency, China can export cheap goods around the world, making countries reliant on their products. Other countries may find it difficult to compete against China's impossibly low prices. American companies and manufacturing jobs suffer for it. Businesses in North Carolina's 13th district and across the country deserve a fair shot to compete in international markets. We must use our voice and vote at the IMF to bring China to the table and to seek transparency on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill so that we can learn more about China's exchange rate policies to level the playing field for American businesses and to promote domestic manufacturing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate? Seeing none, there's no further debate or amendments to the bill. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the form and nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 839 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Miss Waters, Miss Waters, Mrs. Velasquez, Mrs. Velasquez, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks, Mr. Meeks, Mr. Scott, Mr. Scott, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Himes, Mr. Himes, Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Miss Waters. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Gottheimer. Miss Garcia.
Is there a member who has not recorded their vote? Any member wish to change his or her vote? Does the gentleman from Connecticut wish to vote?
Mr. Himes votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 36 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 839 as amended, it is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and the staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 803, the Protect Taiwan Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 803, to direct certain financial regulators to exclude representatives of the People's Republic of China from certain banking organizations upon notice of certain threats or danger and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Oklahoma, the chairman of the Science Committee, Mr. Lucas, has an amendment in the nature of the substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for calling up my legislation, the Protect Taiwan Act. This bipartisan legislation sends a clear message. If
If China plans to engage in conflict against Taiwan, then China should understand the consequences. Under the Taiwan Relations Act, the President is required to notify Congress if China poses an immediate threat to Taiwan's security or social or economic system. If this notification is triggered, my bill states that it is U.S. policy to exclude China's representatives from activities of key international organizations, including the G20, the Financial Stability Board, and other regulatory bodies. If China threatens global stability by acting against Taiwan, we should make it clear that the Chinese will not be welcome at institutions that are devoted to preserving that stability. I'm pleased to have modeled this bill on a previous effort by my colleague, Mrs. Wagner of Missouri. Last year, Congress, the President passed and the President signed into law her Isolate Russian Government Officials Act, which required the U.S. to seek the exclusion of Russian representatives from these organizations' international bodies' events following the invasion of Ukraine. That legislation received bipartisan support in the wake of Russia's aggression. I want to thank my Democrat colleague, Mr. Gonzalez, who has joined me in supporting this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it too. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate? The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for bringing this bill to the committee. I just wanted to take a brief moment to speak in support of the Protect Taiwan Act, which I'm proud to partner with Mr. Lucas on. In addition to its rhetoric, China has sought to intimidate Taiwan by making large incursions into the island's airspace, and this has got to be clearly unacceptable by the world community. And if we want to deter China's hostilities, we need to send a clear signal that there will be consequences if actions are taken against Taiwan. One of these causes should be China's expulsion from the international community and allowing them to participate in our economy. We have isolated Russia from the international stage as it invaded Ukraine, and we have let officials in Beijing know that this is what awaits them if they cross the line into Taiwan. Again, I'm proud to introduce this legislation with Mr. Lucas, and I urge my colleagues for support on this bill. This is a good bill. It's a bipartisan bill that everyone should support. Thank you to everyone, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague, gentleman from Oklahoma, for working on this critical issue to hold Beijing accountable. The bill before us is another piece of legislation aimed at preparing the United States financial system and regulators in the event of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. The U.S. response to an invasion should include sanctions and other economic penalties, but it should not stop there. This legislation would require the Treasury Department, Federal Reserve, and Securities Exchange Commission to seek China's exclusion from proceedings of the G20, Bank for International Settlements, Financial Stability Board, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, International Association of Insurance Supervisors, and International Organization of Securities Commissions. CI Director William Burns has testified that the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping, has ordered the military to be prepared for an invasion of Taiwan by 2027. We've recently saw a Air Force general that thought we'd be in this conflict by 2025. Simple fact is we need procedures and strategies in place now to provide an immediate and robust response should China invade Taiwan. And this bill is a piece of that puzzle. And for those of you who remember, I actually asked a question of Chairman Powell, and I think if I'm not, my memory doesn't fade on this, I think also Secretary Treasurer Yellen, with regards to the timing of this stuff, because we know that Russia went into Ukraine and we did a bunch of sanctions, and at that time I said, wonderful, fine, thanks. But I asked the question of those folks, do you have any sort of schedule that you've put together yet? Are you an agenda? Have you started getting any sort of white paper put together on how you want to approach a Chinese invasion of Taiwan with regards to sanctions, oligarchs, individuals, companies that you want to try and sanction or put some restrictions on? And it was like a deer in the headlight look. No, they had no idea about thinking ahead. And this is very concerning, and I thank the gentleman for putting this bill together that does just that. So we look proactively at how we can be prepared should China do this, which is probably not an if but when situation. And I think that the Chinese leaders need to understand that a threat of Taiwan is a threat to international order. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, the gentleman, any other further debate or discussion? Gentleman from New York is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, to my colleague's point, this act is critically important. When we look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it is imperative that any would-be bad actors here understand the financial consequences of such an invasion into another country. And so I think with respect to the Chinese and any potential invasion of Taiwan, it is critically important that we have these measures in place to try and obviously prevent such an invasion. But in the event that an invasion does occur, that we can move swiftly and that China would feel the full economic consequences of such an invasion. If there is anything that we should learn from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it is to move swiftly, both from a preventive measure, but also taking action should an invasion occur. So I believe this piece of legislation, frankly, is one of the most important that is before us today. And I want to thank the sponsor and my colleagues for putting it forth. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate? Hearing none, there's no further discussion or debate or amendment to the bill. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 803 as amended reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. And those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. All those in favor of a recorded vote, those in favor of a recorded vote.
Could I have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from Oklahoma requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will report. The clerk will call the roll, sorry.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas.
Aye.
Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn. Miss De La Cruz.
Aye.
Miss De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Miss Waters.
Aye.
Miss Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Nunn. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Miss Garcia. Mr. Nickel.
Is there any member who has not voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 37 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 803 as amended, H.R. 803 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsiders laid on the table. The staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. Next up, pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 555, the Securing America's Vaccines for Emergencies Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 555, to amend the Defense Production Act of 1950 to ensure the supply of certain medical materials essential to national defense and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, has amendment in the nature of the substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you calling up my bill, the SAVE Act, which I have worked on since the pandemic. The concept of this bill was originated back in February and March of 2020 when we found that the United States was victimized by this global pandemic, and we were wholly unprepared for it. Wholly unprepared for it. I'm reminded of Warren Buffett's famous expression about making investment decisions. You know how well prepared you are if it's low tide. We see who doesn't have a bathing suit on. And absolutely, we were caught at low tide in the spring of 2020 with no bathing suit as it related to our planning for medical supplies, access to pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical agreement, protective equipment for our medical agents, and for medical devices. And this bill, which I worked on with my friend Mr. Vargas of California, corrects that by directing the President of the United States to have a strategy for these critical, essential elements related to pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical agreements, the idea of PPE, which we came to learn that acronym during the pandemic, medical devices. It allows, that strategy is the key component, it's the key change to the Defense Production Act, and it will, in my view, bolster those supply chains that were not in existence in the right way. Secondly, that strategic plan in this bill will be submitted to the congressional leadership for their review. And then the President is obligated to issue reports on a regular basis to the congressional leadership as to how he or she is implementing this plan. And then finally, any payments made to commence those sorts of supply chain enhancements in the case of an emergency, national emergency, would be submitted to Congress 30 days in advance and certified before the payment is made. While the Trump administration's application of the Defense Production Act was welcomed during the pandemic, there was no strategy. There was no outline of what was targeted and what was needed by the Department of Human Services, the Defense Department, all in the nature of helping our nation cope with this national emergency. And I would remind my colleagues that in 1994, the Defense Production Act was amended to specifically add national emergencies that would put the defense of the U.S. at risk by disrupting supply chains, and that is also natural disasters were amended in 1994 to make sure that we could have a strategic plan. So as I say, this plan we're requesting the President to produce would diversify our medical supply chains away from China. You've got 80% of some pharmaceutical ingredients we're dependent on with China. And that's why the Defense Production Act already has semiconductors, rare earths, strategic minerals already in the act as a strategically important to the national defense because of that same supply chain dependency on China. In my home state of Arkansas during the pandemic, we were faced with a horrendous ventilator shortage. And while I was delighted that Arkansas entrepreneurs and the University of Arkansas Medical System came up with their own ventilator design and produced them, that's not the kind of lack of preparation that I believe our country deserved in the face of the pandemic. And the SAVE Act takes those actions and makes sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of 2020 again in the future if we're confronted with a public health crisis. So in summary, this bill, which you, I hope, will support, will give us a strategic plan. We'll list those essential elements in that plan that will make for a more resilient, diversified supply chain, both here in the United States and in countries friendly to the United States, to make sure that we have the medical devices and medical supplies we need to comprehensively cope with a pandemic. I thank the chairman for scheduling this bill and this markup. I look forward to the discussion. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, I won't be long, but I did want to say how much I appreciated working with Mr. Hill and his staff. My staff and his staff worked quite well on this. We worked on it before. We're working on it once again. He's absolutely right. Many of the active ingredients in pharmaceuticals come from China now. In some cases, actually even over 90%, over 80%, 90% in some cases. So we're not prepared. We must be prepared. And that's why I support his bill. And again, I appreciate his leadership on this issue. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We learned many lessons from the pandemic, one of which is that a national health emergency, including one with an infectious disease, can pose a threat to national security. The Defense Production Act, DPA, allows the President to require companies to prioritize and accept contracts to meet national defense requirements. During the pandemic, the DPA was used 18 separate times to deliver and produce necessary medical supplies. Given the importance of the DPA during times of national security threats and the threats we faced as a result of COVID, Congress must ensure the DPA is appropriately tailored to ensure the U.S. can mount a clear and concise response to any future medical emergency impacting national defense. This legislation does just that. This legislation clarifies that EPA can be used for medical supplies, but only if those supplies are essential to national defense. Ensuring the use of DPA is directly tied to national security and potentially abuses of the DPA for non-security purposes. Further, this bill provides some important oversight. It requires the President, in consultation with members of this cabinet, to create a strategy that analyzes the vulnerabilities in our supply chain for medical supplies and ways to mitigate those vulnerabilities. Yes, the United States should not be beholden to other countries, particularly China, when it comes to the production of goods that are essential to national security. That is true for medical supplies as well. This legislation confirms that DPA will not be used for purposes unrelated to national defense, examines vulnerabilities in the U.S. supply chain, and ensures that in the event of a medical emergency, the U.S. is not caught flat-footed again. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from South Carolina, for what purposes the gentleman seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Hill and Mr. Vargas for putting this bill up, although let me tell you my concerns with it and the reasons I'll be voting against it. You know, I have no issues with the War Powers Act. It's historically based from World War II. It's grown, and the extensions of the DPA authorities is well beyond the military preparedness and capabilities. You know, COVID is over with, but as has been noted, it's been used by President Trump. He used it, I think, 18 times for the production of rare earth metals. He's used it for General Motors, a private company, to get involved. My issue is with the track record of the non-judgment of this administration, including, as an example, the statute requires the President to provide the Senate Banking Committee with written justifications for invoking the DPA prior to any DPA expenditures. What has President Biden done? He's waived the notification requirements on 6 different occasions since March of 22. Now, what's he used it for? On June of 2022, Biden invoked the DPA so that, quote, the U.S. can take ownership of its clean energy independence. He accelerated the domestic production of 5 energy technologies. These technologies include solar, transformers, electric grid components, heat pumps, insulation, electrolyzers, fuel cells, and plutonium group metals. What they're using this for is the treatment of climate change, and clean energy is a national security issue. However, under Biden's orders, instead of facilitating more productions of oil, gas, and coal, and nuclear energy, which powers over 85% of our economy, almost 100% of our frontline military operations are focused on energy sources that Biden supports, which provide less than 5% of our total energy. So it's the lack of judgment this administration has, and it's the lack of using our natural resources, which is putting this country in peril, in my opinion. Basically, the DPA is the wrong tool to use to to address long-term market scarcity. Nationalization is hugely inefficient, in particular when you have a administration that just doesn't use judgment in using it for what it was initially intended to be used for. I think there's other bills that are coming up that I know Scott Perry has one on the Defense Production Act to provide that authority under the act can only be exercised during a period which Congress has formally declared war. So my opposition to it is, I think it's well-intentioned by Mr. Hill, but I think it misses the mark and it's enabling an administration that simply has abandoned the United States and our attempt to maintain our military and intent to, it facilitates China more than it does America. So for that reason, I'll be opposing this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself to strike the last word. I want to commend Mr. Hill for offering this amendment. I also want to commend Mr. Vargas for offering his accompanying bill that gets at a separate issue, but using the Defense Production Act. What this is, to be clear to members here, this is Congress putting a mark down saying this is how you have to do it to any president. What we've allowed is the executive branch to put in place a strategy. We've not put a congressional marker down on the Defense Production Act in my time in Congress, and I would dare say most members of this committee. So we have we have two bills here, one from Mr. Vargas, one from Mr. Hill, that puts the congressional marker down. And for us to pass these two bills together, they marry up very nicely to what our priorities are, and for Congress to tell this administration, and frankly the last administration, and any administration for that point, what we want them to do, how to use this order so you prioritize the defense of Americans for their health and safety. This is not the War Powers Act. Say to my colleague and friend from South Carolina, it has nothing to do with the War Powers Act. That is a separate issue from a separate committee. This is this committee's jurisdiction on the Defense Production Act, and if this is to be used, and I think it should rarely be used, and I agree with the gentleman from South Carolina, it's been overused by this administration, and frankly, the last administration. And so I am for putting limitations on their use. But in the meantime, what I wanted to move as chair of this committee are two bipartisan bills to get at a big issue, which is Congress putting our marker down on the Defense Production Act and making sure we actually have an agenda. Both passed in the last Congress without a dissenting vote out of this committee or on the House floor. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion, further debate? Seeing none, and no further discussion or debate. Gentleman from Florida seeks recognition. For what purpose? Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm just curious if there's an imputed subsidy for the pharmaceutical industry within this. Is that in any intent?
Well, no. The question is, does this bill subsidize the pharmaceutical industry? I mean, most industries don't want to be pushed into this at all. You can look at the debate President Trump had on the ventilator business when we were not able to provide enough ventilators. The whole issue is if the president says that that's something that we need for the national emergency, then he's actually trying to compel those to be made. So it's really, in my view, the opposite of it's not subsidizing people, it's telling them you need to convert on the name of a national emergency for national defense purposes. So I don't think that there are not companies out there looking to be introduce the Defense Production Act. I think most manufacturers would consider this a negative thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Any further debate? Hearing none. No further discussion or amendment to the bill. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the amendment, the nature of substitute, is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 555 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from South Carolina.
I call for a recorded vote.
All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hand. Seeing a hand, a sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Aye. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn. Miss De La Cruz. Miss De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles. Miss Waters.
Aye.
Miss Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Huizinga, Mr. Williams of Texas, Mr. Emmer, Mr. Loudermilk, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile, Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Mr. Ogles, Mrs. Velasquez, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks, Mr. Scott, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Himes, Mr. Gonzalez, Miss Garcia, Mr. Nickel,
Are there any members who have not voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 33 and the nays are 1.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 555 as amended, it is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measures. The chair now will announce the remaining 2 bills we'll take up before floor votes, or hope to take up before floor votes. H.R. 1166 by Mr. Vargas, and H.R. 1161 by the ranking member. At this point, pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 1166, the Public Health Emergency Medical Supplies Enhancement Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1166, to enhance authorities under the Defense Production Act of 1950 to respond to the public health emergencies, to provide additional oversight of such authorities and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report on that amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the amendment. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to thank you for calling up my bill, and we've had a little bit of a discussion already on it, but I really want to thank Mr. Hill. It's been great working with him. I look forward to working with him on many other issues. Over these past couple of years, the American public has endured a pandemic that wreaked havoc on our families, stifled our economy, and disrupted our global supply chains. And as a testament to the resolve of the American people, the resilience of our small businesses, and the recovery initiatives in the American Rescue Plan, the worst of the pandemic is behind us. However, we learned many important lessons. God forbid we have another pandemic. We can work together on a bipartisan basis to future-proof our economy, emergency management capacities, and private sector outreach. According to the Biden administration's National Biodefense Strategy, we know that it's not a question of whether another pandemic can arise, but it's about how we prepare and respond. That is why I'm proud to speak on behalf of my bill, the Public Health Emergency Medical Supplies Enhancement Act. This bill bolsters our future pandemic response efforts by amending the Defense Production Act to allow the Secretaries of the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Homeland Security to determine what medical equipment, supplies, and critical materials are essential to our national defense. It harmonizes intergovernmental efforts to prioritize purchasing, production, and distribution of critical medical equipment and supplies to protect the health of the American people. And as you stated, and I think it's very important, it ensures accountability by directing the President to submit a report to the pertinent congressional committees concerning the use of DPA authorities. And I would note that, listening to my friend on the other side of the aisle, that this president, no matter how long he's going to be there, whether it's another 2 more years or 6 more years, there'll be a new president, and the new president could be the old president, who knows? But they'll need these opportunities, and we should put our marker down. I think it is important. Both presidents, Biden and Trump, invoked the Defense Production Act to combat COVID-19, and my bill strengthens existing authorities to increase our ability to respond to future pandemics. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the rest of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas
Strike the last word.
is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
I thank the chairman. Well, I want to thank my friend from California for working on these Defense Production Act concepts on better targeting, better structure in and around public health pandemic risks to our military and to the country on a national basis. And I want to particularly thank him for trying to deconflict the manufacturing here. That was an issue between the states and the federal government on ordering critical supplies and setting up the process that he outlines in his bill, and in my view, will make that cleaner and better, and again, making our response to a future pandemic much more effective. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member seeks recognition and moves to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word.
And Jill Lay is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of Mr. Vargas's bill. Democrats quickly recognized the importance of a strong government response to threats to our economy, including from a pandemic, and in such circumstances, the Defense Production Act authorizes the government to marshal the resources of our private markets. In the CARES Act, we supported $1 billion to be used to support our efforts to ensure hospitals and communities had the medical supplies needed. Democrats later doubled down on the efforts and passed $10 billion for the Defense Production Act programs as part of the American Rescue Plan. These actions contributed to the strong response of the Biden administration to the pandemic. The Defense Production Act remains a critical tool to ensuring that our nation can quickly mobilize in the face of all types of threats to our way of life. So I certainly support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The ranking member yields back. Is there further debate? No further discussion or debate. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 1166 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Ask for a recorded vote.
All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Miss De La Cruz. Miss De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles. Miss Waters. Miss Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez.
Vote aye.
Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Miss Talib. Miss Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia. Miss Garcia votes aye. Miss Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Miss Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel. Miss Pedersen. Miss Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Stile. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye.
Is there a member who has not voted or wishes to change his or her vote? Mr. Posey? Posey, nay.
Mr. Posey is
Any other
recorded as
member-
nay.
Any other member wish to change his or her vote? A member who has not voted? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 30 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1166 as amended, it's favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table and staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1161, the aligning SEC regulation for the World Bank's International Development Association Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1161.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from California, the ranking member, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1161, offered by Ms.
Without
Waters.
objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair McHenry. The International Development Association, or IDA, as it is known, is an important source of low-cost or no-cost lending to the poorest countries in the world. It is also the single largest donor of funds for basic social services to countries that qualify for concessional lending. Until 2018, IDA relied predominantly on the contributions from member countries. In April 2018, it began issuing securities on the bond market. IDA's sister arms at the World Bank, including the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Financial Corporation, have both raised money in bond market for many decades, and Congress passed legislation in 1945 and 1955 exempting these arms from SEC regulation. Moreover, many other multilateral development banks, of which the U.S. is a member, are also exempt from SEC regulation, including the Inter-American Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the African Development Bank. And these have all been exempt from SEC regulation for over 2 decades, if not longer. Bringing IDA into the same exemption framework as the other multilateral development banks would level the playing field and allow a greater number of investors to support IDA and invest in ways that are congruent with their values. Moreover, according to the Bretton Woods Committee in 2020, it was said, and I quote, "If granted over the next 5 years, the exemption will permit IDA to provide countries nearly $700 million of additional resources on the existing pledge platform," quote unquote. SEC exemption for IDA would support enhanced choice for American investors, would bring IDA into the same framework as so many multilateral development banks, and would very importantly support IDA in being able to provide increased dollars to concessional lending to the world's poorest countries. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I want to express support to the ranking member for the ranking member's legislation, which would make securities exchange treatment of certain World Bank securities consistent with other exemptions for other international financial institutions. This is about consistency of enforcing the rules of the road. These World Bank securities are issued in support of the bank's low-income lending operations. Now that the president has proposed a new bank president, and one that I would call highly qualified at that, it's important to reiterate that lifting countries out of poverty is what the bank should be focused on. Not social agendas, not sloganeering, not pacifying progressive NGOs, and certainly not lending to China's genocidal dictatorship. And so while I'm concerned about mission creep otherwise at the World Bank, what the ranking member's bill does is solid public policy. We should support it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time and want to thank the ranking member for offering this bill. Is there further debate? Hearing none, no further discussion or debate or amendment to the bill. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment of the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 1161 as amended reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentlelady from California has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey. Mr. Luchtmeyer. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luchtmeyer. Mr. Luchtmeyer. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Aye. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Yes. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Nunn. Aye. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Miss De La Cruz. Aye. Miss De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Aye. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Miss Waters. Miss Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Aye.
Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Aye.
Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lupdemeyer. Mr. Lupdemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Nickel.
Does any other member wish to change his or her vote, or any member any member not voting? Then the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 38 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1161 as amended, it's ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. The committee will now stand in recess. We shall immediately resume following the first floor votes. Committee will come to order. Chair will make an announcement about the schedule. Members are, we all made the walk back at a very leisurely pace, but we have floor action, we have other committee action this afternoon, and there's been a request from members for us to give a definitive time for the next series of votes we have. Now, the next bill we have up is data privacy, the Data Privacy Act. There's been some interest among our Democrat colleagues to amend. And so at this point, what I previously announced is that at 4:45, when we have House floor votes, we would then come back at 6 p.m. Give you a time certain after the next floor votes to come back, and we'd resume action. So what the chair is prepared to do is to roll votes until 6 p.m. If we're done it with debate here in the next 10 minutes, the ranking member and the chair both speak on this bill, and we decided we're going to do it. We'll just come back at 6 and have that one vote, okay? Conceptually. If there are more amendments, we'd try to get through all those things before votes, or however long our colleagues wish to take. But my intention, the chair's intention, is for us to come back at 6 and vote if we were done earlier than that, and if not, would resume debate at 6 p.m. and roll votes until the end of debate and amendments. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1165, the Data Privacy Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1165, to amend the Graham-Leach-Bailey Act to modernize the protection of the non-public personal information of individuals with whom financial institutions have customer or consumer relationship and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1165, offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for the purposes. The ranking member is recognized.
I object to the treatment of the ANS as a base text.
The ANS will be considered as a first-tier amendment for amendment purposes. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. The Data Privacy Act of 2023 will put Americans back in control of their financial data. It will ensure consumers know their information, where their information is going, and who is using it. This bill rebalances regulation for the financial sector, which is already highly regulated when it comes to consumer data. H.R. 1165 simply brings our privacy guardrails into the 21st century. Advances in technology have revolutionized our financial system. These innovations have helped bring more people access to financial products and services around the country, and that's a good thing. However, it also means the amount of personal financial information collected on Americans is at an all-time high. We know this data can help inform the development of new products or ensure an entity can better serve its customers. But it's critical that this personal financial data is appropriately protected. As with most issues in the financial system, we need to balance fostering innovation with protecting consumers. This bill makes a number of modifications to the protections that Congress passed back in 1999 in the original Title V of what became known as the Graham-Leach-Bailey Act, or GLBA. This bill, first, modernizes these protections using a technology-agnostic approach. We know our technological landscape is constantly evolving. Just look back to the original House report from H.R. 10. The issues were similar, but different technology was used in a dramatically different form. The enhanced consumer protections in the Data Privacy Act will apply seamlessly to future innovations. In other words, we won't be back here in 5 years updating this proposal to reflect the latest and greatest technology. Second, the bill gives more control to the consumer on how their personal information will be used downstream. Currently, a consumer may provide their information to a financial institution for one purpose, never to know that it is being shared and reshared to multiple entities downstream. Under this bill, consumers now have the right to terminate collection of their data or request that it be deleted at any time. Third, the Data Privacy Act will protect against the misuse or overuse of a consumer's non-public personal information. An entity will be required to tell a consumer why they're collecting certain data and only use that data for the stated purpose. Consumers will be allowed to opt out of any data collection to which they don't consent. Fourth, privacy terms and conditions must be transparent and easily understandable. That is a major change in current practice. Look, we all know what happens when a terms and conditions page pops up. That little pop-up ad, it's a mad dash to the agree button so we can move on with whatever we're doing. And that the privacy terms should not be in legalese as they currently are, and we fixed that. Finally, there should be consistency across the country. I know there's a lot of debate about that. If a family moves from, say, California to, say, Texas, it doesn't make sense for the guardrails around their personal financial data to change. We saw this in COVID with the mass movement of people between states in the middle of the pandemic. A national standard will provide certainty to both consumers and the entities that handle their data. I'll conclude with this. The Data Privacy Act is the culmination of more than 3 years of work by committee Republicans. We started with a working group, took input from members and groups across the ideological spectrum, released principles, evaluated state and European standards, and then issued a discussion draft last year, almost 1 year ago. We made real changes to address the growing concerns Americans have had with their data being used without their consent. My point is this. We can craft thoughtful, tailored legislation that benefits Americans in every single one of our districts, and I think that's what this bill does. We don't need to enlarge the size of government to accomplishment. We just need to refine how we're doing it, making sure that it adheres with what the American people desire today. I believe this bill is a good example of what this committee can accomplish. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and I yield back. Is there further debate? The ranking member seeks recognition to move to strike the last word, and she's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you and I have agreed, this is the wrong legislation.
Clerk will pause.
Thank you for your patience.
If we'll ask unanimous consent to restart the clock at 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Strengthening data privacy requirements is a bipartisan issue that both Democrats and Republicans care about. It is an issue I was hoping we could work together on in this Congress. However, as I mentioned in my opening, the bill we are considering today represents one small step forward and 10 steps backward on privacy. Before I discuss why I oppose the bill, let me start by acknowledging 2 positives. First, I appreciate that Chairman McHenry and his staff reached out to discuss this bill with me and my staff, and that he chose to drop several harmful provisions on his own that would have stripped the CFPB of its rulemaking authority under the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, or the GBA, and would have repealed Section 1033 of Dodd-Frank, which gives consumers more control over their own data. Second, the bill would make modest changes that would expand GLBA's privacy disclosures and give consumers the right to delete their information in certain circumstances. Those are positive steps. That said, there are significant flaws with the bill. For example, the bill includes a broad preemption of state laws. Republicans often like to tout the importance of empowering states to make decisions and to be the laboratory for innovation. But when Wall Street or payday lenders come knocking, Republicans are quick to preempt any state law that provides greater protections for their constituents. Moreover, while preemption is included to promote uniformity, the federal standard for financial institutions would be weaker than what other industries are subjected to, either under state law or in recent proposals from our colleagues in the Energy and Commerce Committee. Instead of using this moment to modernize our data privacy law with stronger enforcement mechanisms, this bill, GLBA's flawed notice and opt-out regime that puts the burden on the consumer to try to limit the use and distribution of their sensitive data. Instead, we should be empowering our consumers to choose for themselves before a company shares their sensitive personal data with others or even uses it for purposes beyond what is needed to offer a product or service that the consumer wants. Moreover, if data privacy really was a top priority for House Republicans, I don't know why the chairman would not convene at least one full committee hearing focused on the topic with data privacy experts testifying. Instead, the only hearing we've held was at the subcommittee level on a much broader set of issues that included no consumer data privacy experts on the panel. So, House Republicans can rush this bill through the committee if they want to, but for the reasons I discussed and more, it does not have my support, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion, debate, or amendment?
Okay, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ranking member has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order raised. We'll pause while the amendment is being distributed. Thank you. Do all members have the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1165.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Point of order is reserved, and the gentlewoman is recognized for her amendment.
Thank you very much. This amendment is a straightforward one. It would strike the bill's unnecessary and broad preemption of state law. Since Congress enacted GLBA into law in 1999, the privacy provisions in this law have served as a federal floor, establishing minimum standards for financial institutions while allowing states to provide greater protections for their residents if they choose to. However, in the name of promoting uniformity on behalf of the industry, this bill would leave consumers less protected than they are under the current outdated law by broadly preempting a slew of state laws that protect a range of sensitive consumer information. For example, the bill will nullify laws such as California Financial Information Privacy Act, which, unlike GLBA, requires consumers to opt in, not opt out, when financial institutions want to share consumer data with non-affiliated third parties beyond a set of limited exceptions, like sharing the data with law enforcement when required. I believe any financial institution that wants to share your data with other companies should seek your affirmative permission to do so first. But this bill removes that power for California consumers. Additionally, experts have raised concerns that the broad preemption provision would likely preempt state data breach notification requirements and related private rights of action, given that those laws relate to the disclosure of personal information. The preemption in this bill is so broad that advocates highlighted that it may also preempt a slew of state capital reporting laws that are not currently preempted by the Fair Credit Reporting Act or FCRA. For example, a recent court decision found that Maine's law restricting the reporting of medical debts was not preempted by FCRA. However, this bill's preemption applies to state laws relating to, quote, the collection or disclosure of personal information, unquote, which would appear to include the Maine law along with other state laws with respect to medical debt, eviction records, and other credit reporting consumer protections. So according to the California Privacy Protection Agency, quote, if adopted in its current form, the sweeping preemption language would be an anomaly for existing federal privacy law. Many of these laws allow the states to adopt stronger protections. For example, not only the existing GLBA, but the Health Information Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, and the Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA, contain language that allows the states to adopt stronger protections. Similarly, the Telephone Consumer Protection Act and the Video Privacy Protection Act allow for stronger state laws. The measure's preemption language is especially concerning given the rate at which technology continues to advance and evolve. Therefore, I urge members to support my amendment to maintain the current federal floor, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion or debate on the ranking member's amendment? The gentleman from Missouri is recognized to strike the last word.
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Most recognized.
Just want to comment on the lady's amendment here. You know, one of the things about insurance, one of the things that we need to remember here is that this is all about personal information. Insurance is about knowing what your name is, your birth date, your address, what you do for a living, Social Security number, all of the intimate things that make you you, the insurance companies know about, depending on whether it's car insurance, health insurance, life insurance, whatever it is. And so this needs to be protected. To get rid of the exemption here that levels the playing field. Some states are going to have a very loose set of privacy laws, others are going to be overly restrictive. As the chairman mentioned a while ago, when you move from state to state, you're going to find yourself falling through the cracks in some of these situations. So what the chairman's done with his bill here is level the playing field, make sure that while he doesn't say that all the regulations in insurance have to be the same, when it comes to privacy of data, those things are the same. And I think that sets the bar at a certain level so that the consumers are protected. I know the lady wants to go with California's privacy data bill, which is extremely restrictive and overly burdensome on a lot of the entities. And I think the chairman struck a reasonable balance here to provide the kind of safety and security and safety net for the individuals who want that information protected, but yet have the flexibility to be able to allow it to be used in different ways if they so desire. I think that's the neat part of this bill here, is that it empowers the individuals to say yes or no. We want to have our data used or available to ourselves or other entities, and it's up to the individual. It's their information. It's not the company's information. They need to be in charge of it. And I think the chairman's bill does that. I think this amendment goes way too far, and I think we're way out of bounds on it. And so I urge you.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure, absolutely. I yield to the ranking member.
You referred to the California law, and I explained in my presentation about what California does with the Privacy Act, and this opt-in and opt-out. And I know many of you have experienced this. You get something, you get, a credit card bill, a credit card or something, and you don't read all of the fine language, and you don't know that in order to keep your private information from being given to third parties that will use it and give it to somebody else, and on and on and on, if you don't choose to opt out at that point in time, you're considered have opted in. That's not fair, and that's California law, and we love it and we want to keep it. We don't want our privacy laws undermined because you will not accept the fact that there are some states who have stronger protections for its citizens than not. Right, Mr. Davidson?
Okay. Reclaim my time. I appreciate the ranking member's explanation. That doesn't mean I agree with it. You know, the California state law in itself preempts all the local folks whenever they are discussing this issue. So I really think that we need to look at the ability of the consumer to be in charge of their own lives, to be able to decide whether they want that information disclosed or not. They need to be responsible for that. And I think this bill strikes a great balance. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further discussion or debate?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add to the arguments of the ranking member and want to speak in support of her amendment. What we're doing here, however, is setting a ceiling by introducing a preemption here for states. Let me back up a little bit. So we're in this bill, we're amending the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, which is a 1999 law, which has not since then really addressed the issue of consumer privacy. I remind my colleagues that the first iPhone came out in 2007. So Congress in 1999 had no idea about the migration of financial activity to the iPhone and to the web. So we have a lot of catching up to do. I will concede that there are some tweaks to Gramm-Leach-Bliley in this bill that are favorable. However, they are small, they are incremental, and they do not address the privacy rights as they are under assault today. Gramm-Leach-Bliley and even the underlying bill would still put the onus on consumers to protect their own privacy. It puts no initiative on the part of the company to really take an affirmative step to protect consumer privacy. A good example is the amount of information that you're required to give for a financial transaction. The information that should be required of you should be only that information that is necessary to ensure that you are the person that you say you are and that you are creditworthy enough and have the ability to make that transaction. right now, anything under the sun that a financial company wants to get from you or to share with others is fair game. And that goes for biometric information, which is, and there have been tremendous developments in technology on fingerprints, on iris scans, on facial recognition that allow the most intimate aspects of who a person is to be shared with other entities. And that's what the game is about now for the financial services industry, to share that data. It's become a commodity in itself. And we should be talking about trying to, consumer and individual privacy, that used to be common ground with us between Republicans and Democrats. It really used to be. And I know there are members on the other side that believe deeply about this issue, and we have worked. I mean, last Congress, I was the chair of the task force on fintech, and we talked at great length with my colleagues. But this bill does not reflect those discussions that we had and the concerns that were raised by my Republican colleagues, who were very, very concerned about the commoditization of personal data. So, look, I know the gentlelady from California has talked about the California standard, and that is one of the very best. But there are many states that recognize the vulnerabilities in Gramm-Leach-Bliley and have made improvements on that. Illinois is another one. Massachusetts is another one. New York is another one. We can do a lot better than we're doing in this bill here today. And I'm hoping that the gentlelady's amendment would be accepted, and that other amendments to this bill, while an improvement, it's only a tweak in terms of improving the bill that was passed in 1999 before the dangers and the vulnerabilities that our constituents are confronted with were truly recognized. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the courtesy, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate? Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
Strike the last word. I just want to point out something that I've raised before, which is that in issues like this of preemption, I think there's a very attractive compromise that we should consider in these sorts of areas, which is to have a federal floor, a federal ceiling, a federal default, which is states that take no special action get that standard deal. But then if any group of states representing, 25% of the population of the U.S. can come together and establish a new standard, if maybe they go with a California standard, or the sensible ones, of course, will go with the Illinois standard. But if you allow this, this has the benefits of federalism, in that states can experiment with different things, and states can vote with their feet. If they're really more enamored with the California system, they can join that collaboration. Or if they prefer Louisiana, they can join that. And I think this is an attractive thing that we should consider to write into this that would maybe solve a lot of the problems that we're having here, including the industry's legitimate concerns that they don't want to deal with 50 different standards. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion or debate? Chair will recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. We had committee Republicans offered a public discussion draft in March or April of last year. I think it was March. We bracketed 2 pieces of that bill, and we bracketed it until last week. One was this issue of preemption, which I know my Democrat colleagues want preemption on certain things, and Republicans want a national standard on other things. As my former colleague and our friend Mel Watt used to say, is that Republicans want that on certain things and Democrats want it on the opposite things. But this is a constant debate we have in this committee. National preemption or not, and it depends on the products and everything else. Okay, so I bracketed that, much to the consternation of everyone. But I wanted to invite a conversation from my Democrat colleagues and a negotiation on this set of things. We look at Gramm-Leach-Bliley. It was a negotiated process. I wanted to see if the contents of the rights that we provide in this bill were sufficient for us to have support on that. And I didn't want this issue to be the predominant thing for my Democrat colleagues. We didn't have much uptake from my Democrat colleagues. So we're having a markup, we've got amendments, and I would have preferred to have worked things out if we could. That's not to say we're not of goodwill. That's not what we're saying. But what we'll hear in this debate is about preemption and enforcement. Both things that were bracketed in the bill for almost 1 year to invite a set of negotiations that there was not interest from my Democrat colleagues to do that on this bill. Now, there's other things. I mean, we offered this, and the Republicans were in the minority in the time. I understand all this stuff. And I also understand that we have a set of hearings, and people have other priorities. But here we are today, and we're talking preemption. We can get into the details of what that means. But we have, with California, you have the California Financial Protection Act that was written about the same time as Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. It's not perfect, and I don't even think my California friends would say it's perfect. Then you have the CCPA, which California recently put in place, and that's become sort of the data standard and outsourced from there, and other states have different standards, I understand that. But it's a patchwork. What we do in this bill, the contents of this bill, take from different standards we've seen internationally and domestically, and take the things that have made the most sense for consumers. And we take those things from all of this sort of incubation of ideas and work. And so what we provide in this bill is a right to know, a right to opt out, the right to delete, and the right to terminate information collection and sharing. Those rights are currently not in Gramm-Leach-Bliley. They're denied to Americans outside of really just one state, and California has a similar right, but a lesser right than what we provide in this bill on those matters. So if we can look past the issues of preemption, look past the issues of enforcement, and get to the contents of the bill, that would be the legislative work I'd be really interested in, the fine-tuning of that. And I understand people's views on preemption, but we've made a choice here that this standard should be good enough for all Americans and avoid the patchwork that creates confusion for both consumers and businesses. Moreover, with a patchwork of policies, what we're denying are smaller financial institutions to play a larger role and create a more competitive atmosphere for larger financial institutions that can bear this regulatory burden. So there's some interest here in a national standard so that consumers have the same right regardless of where they live or bank, and that you enable smaller institutions to compete with bigger institutions. The final thing I'll mention is this. We can get into the details, further details of the bill. But in COVID, we had people move. Their financial institutions didn't know them. We know their credit reports didn't keep up with them. The only person that caught up with them was Amazon because we're ordering stuff because they're the only ones that would deliver, right? U.S. Postal Service didn't keep pace with UPS, but eventually they caught up. But their financial institutions and many of their employers didn't know where the heck they lived. So they're living under a new set of rights regime in a state, but their financial institution doesn't even know where they are. I don't think that's a service for consumer protection, customer protection of their financial data. So there's a practical case to be made for preemption that I would submit to the members. Now, we can get into details of opt-in and opt-out if there are further amendments on that. Happy to have a discussion about this. But as for this, I think there's some practical implications for us to have a national standard that raises the bar for all of Americans to have new rights under this law for their personal financial data. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion or debate? Hearing none. Does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the ranking member, the gentlelady from California. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Will those opposed say no? The noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote is requested.
Gentlelady's request to record a vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed, much to the enjoyment of some of our members here. Is there further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Lynch has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause for the amendment to be distributed.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Missouri.
reserve point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Point of order is reserved. Do all members have an amendment? The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do want to say that the states in general have been much quicker, much more responsive to issues of data privacy than we have been in Congress. I know you spoke of the end of last session. I know we were grappling with a crypto bill that we were trying to do in a bipartisan fashion, and that took most of the energy in that final year of last session. I do have concerns about this bill, however, and I don't believe it reflects the discussions that we have had in the last Congress regarding the importance of data privacy. I actually feel that this bill undermines the protections that many states have already put in place. States have been paving the way with stronger data privacy protections for consumers, and I think providing guidance, whether you follow the California or the Illinois model, but they provide guidance on how federal law might be able to keep up with the emerging technologies and trends in the financial marketplace. And I firmly believe that states should be free to adopt more stringent privacy protections, and a federal provision should be seen, as Mr. Foster has pointed out, the federal standard should be the floor, and states should be free to do more. The federal provision should not provide the ceiling. My amendment builds on the work of one model, I would say, closer to the Illinois model, which has adopted, Illinois has adopted legislation that addresses new technologies in particular, like the use of biometric data, fingerprints, iris scans, facial recognition. One of the more concerning trends is the increased use of biometric data in the financial services industry. Financial institutions are increasingly using biometric data, including fingerprints, pre-recorded voice prints as well, and eye scans to allow customers the ability to log into their accounts. And while these technologies aimed at increasing convenience, they raise concerns about risk to data privacy and cybersecurity. Illinois passed the Biometric Information Privacy Act, which ensures that companies that use this kind of biometric information in offering products and services are only able to collect, use, and share this type of sensitive information after obtaining a consumer's explicit, express permission. That is what my amendment would require. I believe that many of my colleagues share my concerns about the use of personal data, and I hope this represents an opportunity for us to work together. Last year, for example, more than 1 million Facebook users in Illinois received compensation following a $650 million settlement in a class action lawsuit alleging that the social media company violated residents' rights under this state law by collecting and storing scans of their faces without the user's permission. All financial institutions should also obtain a consumer's consent before they collect, use, or share this type of sensitive personal information. And given my colleagues' shared concerns about the use of this type of data, I urge members to support this amendment so we can strengthen our data privacy laws. I think this is more responsive, I think, to the concerns about this deeply personal data that is shared widely, I think, across our nation. So if we're about the business of adopting a national standard, we should try to elevate, certainly, this biometric data that, while it is important to identify the individual within the transaction, it's also it's also very much important that whatever type of this data is retrieved, it is safeguarded and obtained only with the express permission of the individual involved. This is separate and apart from the creditworthiness of an individual consumer. This is about themselves. This is the intrinsic information about them as a human being that we're asking to safeguard here. And I would hope that we would be able to have agreement on at least this one point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman, Mr. Barr, the chairman of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, seeks recognition.
Yeah, I appreciate, thank you,
Gentleman moves to
Mr.
strike the
Chairman.
last word and recognize for 5 minutes.
Strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the gentleman from Massachusetts' amendment, and I think the spirit in which he offers it is consistent with the overall legislative effort here. We would hope to have bipartisan support and perhaps maybe with further explanation of the legislation and legislative intent, maybe the gentleman might consider withdrawing the amendment. Our objective with this amendment to the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act and the existing data privacy framework is to modernize it, to bring it into the current era when certainly in financial services, consumers are exposed to sharing their non-public personal information much more frequently in order for the very purpose of obtaining modern financial services. But what we want is to bring consumer protections up to speed as well, and I think that's what the gentleman with his amendment related to biometric information is trying to do. But the way we drafted this update is specifically designed to ensure that the consumer protections contained in the legislation will apply seamlessly to future innovation and new technologies. I would also submit that the existing law, as worded, I believe, would capture the very information that the gentleman is concerned about. And just in reading the language of the legislation, a financial institution may not collect non-public personal information from an individual with whom such financial institution has a customer or consumer relationship or disclose non-public personal information to a non-affiliated third party unless the individual with whom such financial institution has a consumer or customer relationship is given the opportunity before the time that such information is initially collected or disclosed
to direct that such information not be collected or disclosed to such third party. I believe that that language, to my friend from Massachusetts, covers the intent of the amendment. If he doesn't think that it's sufficiently specific, if he doesn't like the lack of specificity, that is, I think, a fair point. But the point that I would offer in rebuttal is that we specifically design the updates to be technology neutral, to be sufficiently general, to capture non-public personal information so that evolving technologies would be captured by the privacy requirements of the legislation. So I will yield to the gentleman if he has further comments on that.
Well, maybe there is room for progress here. Look, the way it works right now under GLBA and under this bill would be that all the information, so you get that 90-page service agreement that you either click I agree or everybody presses I agree. This would require, at least in the Illinois model, there's actually a separate authorization regarding your biometric data. So it breaks the financial authorizations out from the personal biometric data. There would have to be a separate approval by the individual consumer, which doesn't exist right now, that they would have to agree to let them use their data for that purpose, biometric data for that purpose, and there would also be, I know the CFPB is working on a rulemaking on this right now. There would have to be an authorization for how long they would keep that for and the disposition of that data.
Reclaiming my time, and I appreciate the gentleman's thoughts, but just quickly to reclaim my time, I would direct the gentleman's attention to Section 9 definitions of the ANS, where we further go into the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act and we restate what personally identifiable financial information is, and we insert in there something that I think captures the biometric data that you're referring to. Information that identifies, relates to, describes, is reasonably capable of being associated with, or could reasonably be linked directly or indirectly with a particular individual. That is very broad language that I would submit captures the gentleman's intent in his amendment, and so for that reason I would respectfully submit to my colleagues that the gentleman's amendment is superfluous and that the underlying text captures the spirit of the gentleman's amendment, and therefore the gentleman's amendment is not needed, and for that reason I will be opposing the amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. The ranking member seeks recognition to strike the last word. She's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think it has been described very aptly, but our economy has evolved very quickly with the use of new technologies, and we're increasingly seeing companies use fingerprints and retina scans or facial scans as part of their business. This biometric information is increasingly sensitive data, and I strongly believe customers need to be asked for permission before this kind of data be shared with third-party companies, and that is what this amendment will require. And I will yield the balance of my time to Mr. Lip.
Yeah, thank you, Ranking Member. So I just want to come back. It's not superfluous. The amendment is not superfluous. You're right in pointing out that section, but it subsumes all of that information into one opt-out. And what I'm asking for, what this amendment requires, is that biometric data is different than all the other, the section you pointed out to, if the financial institution collects non-public personal information for any purpose. So it's a broad brush broad stroke that they're putting in this bill. What we're saying is break out the biometric data, treat that differently, because it is not relative to the, other than identity, it's not relative to the creditworthiness of the consumer. And so again, the purpose would be of my amendment would be to break out the biometric data and treat it differently. And that's not done in this bill, so it's not superfluous. Thank you. I yield back. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion or debate? I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman, Mr. Lynch, for offering this amendment. This is a serious point of discussion about the contents of the bill. I would commend to Mr. Lynch page 22, and just as Mr. Barr committed it to him, this definition of personally identifiable financial information mirrors the California standard. It's been a useful thing for us to see the definition and how well it captures this. That's number one. Number two, biometric data at this point in time may be a powerful influencer of identity currently. But this amendment does not provide a definition of biometric information, nor does it future-proof the language. And what I mean by future-proof is this. Sitting in 1999, they reference electronic mail in Graham-Leach-Bliley. They didn't reference cookies. They didn't reference location services. They did not have any concept that would do mobile banking, much less the utility of mobile banking. In fact, many considered the idea of wireless communication using financial products via wireless communication to be quite a questionable task with a level of encryption and the ability to break it at that period of time. So what we're trying to do is ensure the language of the bill takes into account factors that are currently technology standards. And biometric data is a powerful piece of information. It is mostly utilized as a security measure to protect data. It is not data in and of itself. So if you have to open your iPhone, biometric data to open your iPhone, what we're seeing is people are using the hacking of an iPhone and then getting in and accessing financial products. So what we're trying to do is ensure that all this information is captured in this regime. And yes, the consumer does have to understand what they're being asked for. Yes. Just like in all consumer measures, there's a consumer harm and consumer action, can often be the same thing, right? So biometric data in this bill is not going to future-proof that concept, nor does it actually strike at financial information, which is what we're talking about. That is usually a security wrapper to access an app, a security wrapper, just like location is, for you to log into a website. It is considered information that they don't resell. And so we have the same standard in this bill that California does. We have the same standard in this bill that I think has been well actioned. Now, if the gentleman wants an opt-in regime, that's a separate debate we can have about various pieces of this regime. But as far as biometric data, it doesn't fit into this regime as the gentleman seeks. And I would be happy to get at that if there are further language enhancements that the gentleman seeks. Happy to yield.
Yeah, thank you. I understand your point, but I think it misses my point. Here's the problem. You're still putting the burden on...
What is your point? If the gentleman would yield, what is the point you're trying to drive at?
What I'm trying to say is that it still leaves the burden on the consumer. It does not require the financial services firm to ask the consumer to use their or share their biometric data with someone else.
Reclaiming my time. That is the current industry practice.
Right, and we're trying to change the industry practice.
If I may continue, reclaiming my time.
Yep.
That is the current practice to ask for permission to use that. For instance, a financial app that I use has requested to use biometric information so that I can protect my access to that account. So if you steal my iPhone, not that you would, or gain access to my iPhone without an additional set of biometric information, you can't log into my account. They ask whether or not I wanted to provide that. I offered that. That is the current industry practice. It is captured in this regime that they would tell you that they have this information. And we have not seen any downstream sharing of that information out of regulated financial institutions. So happy to yield back, happy to yield.
The gentleman is correct. This bill is codifying industry practice, and that's what we're trying to get away from.
Gentlemen, reclaiming my time,
with respect.
what I'm talking about is the specifics of the use of biometric information.
Right. What
have
my amendment
reclaiming
addresses.
my time.
Yeah.
If the gentleman has a question, happy to provide you an answer for it. What I'm telling you is you're trying to solve a problem that is not a current problem. And so we try to address it with the
Chairman,
language
I'd like
we
to
have.
move the strike last word.
And my time has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you very much, and I'd yield my time to the chairman to finish his dialogue.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I'm sorry to go over time, and sorry to not be paying attention to the time. So back to the point here. When you use biometric information, the language in this bill protects against the reselling and monetization of biometric information, number one. Number two, it gives you the disclosure regime back to the consumer. If this is about opt-in or opt-out of that information, that is a separate set of debate that I'm happy to have. But biometric information would fall under the same protections as California currently does, and the same thing as European standards.
But
Gentleman from
will the
Texas
gentleman
this
yield?
time.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would yield.
Thank you. The opt-in, opt-out question is the answer to the question, who owns the data? Who owns this information? The premise is, if the consumer owns it, then they should have the power in deciding whether that information shall be shared or not. If the company can get you to click I agree on a 90-page service agreement or privacy agreement, then they own it. They own it. And they've commoditized it, and which is the whole point of my amendment, is to make sure that.
I would yield
and
to
so
the gentleman.
that's the regime we are getting at. The current California regime is an opt-out. That's CCPA. And Graham Leach Bliley, under current federal law, they can do precisely what you're saying. Under this bill, they will not be able to do what you're saying. They may be able to get you to agree to terms and conditions, but when you ask to delete information, when you sever your relationship, you can do that. And you can prevent them from any downstream sale of your information to non-connected entities. So we try to get at what you're saying. I mean, this is a favorable conversation as much as we're disagreeing on the opt-in and opt-out. What we're trying to protect is that data that you are talking about. I believe we capture it in the language we have, not in terms of opt-in and opt-out. And that's what I'm trying to make the distinction on. Apparently poorly, but trying to make the distinction with my friend. Because what you're striking at is very important, and I hope that we are able to achieve the outcome you have, even if the opt-in and opt-out question is not fulfilled as you would see fit. Yield back.
Thank you very
Green from Texas would like to be recognized.
Gentleman yields back. A fellow Texan, Mr. Green, moves to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I completely agree with the chairwoman and Mr. Lynch. And Mr. Lynch, I'd like to yield time to you.
Did you yield to me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to just point out, and I won't use all this time, we've had cases where the gentleman has said that there's no downstream evidence that this information has been abused. I just talked about, the Illinois case where, the company was required to pay $650 million because they
Gentleman will yield what company?
Facebook.
Facebook is not captured under Graham-Leach-Bliley. It's not captured under this committee's jurisdiction for those purposes. It is across the hall, and we try to guard our jurisdiction jealously from that committee across the hall that should not be named.
Yeah.
But that is not captured under this regime, unfortunately.
But the sharing of this data is occurring. Whether it occurs with a financial services company or non-financial services company, it's a problem.
If the gentleman will yield, we don't sit on the Commerce Committee. I hope that they have standards similar to what we've set out in this bill. Facebook is not a financial firm. They would be captured as a data furnisher if they're providing information to a financial firm, however.
Yeah, right.
But that is the FTC jurisdiction. And I know the FTC has an aggressive agenda, not just on that, but on antitrust.
Okay, reclaiming my time. Look, it's interesting because in the Illinois example, the banks are exempt, and they were pointed to Graham-Leach-Bliley as something that had to be amended in order to bring banks under that.
And that's what we seek
that
to
rubric. Now, one other point. The idea of this is really to, from my standpoint, is really to put the power back and the possession of personal data back in the hands of the consumer. And that's not happening here. It's not happening here.
And if the gentleman would yield, it is my purpose to put the power back into consumers' hands. However, we also have additional laws that require financial institutions to know their customer that have been passed in a bipartisan way, long-standing laws. And so I don't think we want to get into the question of law enforcement for financial institutions. Some of us that would be interested in that on this committee, I certainly know that. But the goal here was to say the consumer and customers have a right to delete their information in a regime that Europeans have there are elements of the European regime and the California regime that we incorporate here to put consumers back in charge of their data that I think is going to be very effective.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
I think it's Mr.
Mr.
Green's time.
I will yield to the
Thank you, but
ranking member.
what I want to know from Mr. Lynch, the point that you made about the separation of financial necessary information from, whether or not the information, personal information that's being requested is requested for financial purposes of credit, et cetera, because you've already gathered that information. But you talked about a separate piece of paper, for example, where you outline what your privacy requirements or what your data, what your information is all about. And then the person has an opportunity to opt out or to know exactly what you're asking of them. Did
Right.
that question get answered for you?
Well, not to my satisfaction. However, the idea here that we were trying to accomplish in this in this amendment was to treat biometric information differently. It does not break that out in this bill. It treats all of the information the same. It requires the burden be placed on the individual. It does not give the responsibility to the financial services firm. And the gentleman's correct. Under the KYC protocols, these firms probably have much more information about the individual in identifying that individual.
And if the gentleman yield on that point, under the current federal standard, that is the case. Under this bill, that is not the case. And when you request information of from institutions on what information they have, they will now, under this regime, have to provide it for you. And you'll have a right to delete when you separate from that company. So that is a new set of rights that we provide in this bill that we're unfortunately not debating. I'm happy to yield back. And gentleman's time's expired. Further discussion or debate on this matter? If not, does the gentleman from Missouri insist on?
We'll withdraw our point of order, please.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. All in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it.
Request a roll call.
Gentleman has requested a recorded vote. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings of the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion? Mrs. Beatty has an amendment at the desk. We'll distribute the amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. All members have an amendment. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I, like many of us, have been concerned about how companies, for example, like TikTok, may be used as a vehicle for China to surveil our constituents. While I certainly appreciate the fact that the bill limits sharing information with foreign governments directly, it is silent about information sharing with companies owned or controlled by foreign governments. To that end, I propose the amendment that you have that would require consumers to give their written permission before a financial institution ever obtains from them or shares their sensitive consumer data with third-party companies owned by or controlled by a foreign government like TikTok. We must do more to have control returned to us over personal data where it's rightfully belongs. Earlier, Mr. Chairman, I like your words. You said back in the control of their own data. And that's what I'm asking my colleagues to take a look at. We know that TikTok is backed by a Chinese tech giant, and there's been many studies and research that talks about the national threat. So why wouldn't that also be a threat to us with our personal data? So I think if we put it back in the hands of our consumers, including giving them a chance to say no before their sensitive data is shared with other companies like TikTok, I believe that we should do more to protect ourselves against the surveillance methods of the Chinese government in order to prevent the risks that will come to our national security interests. I think this is simple. I think it's clear. And I can't imagine why any of my colleagues would not want to support this because of the entities we're talking about. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I urge everybody to support my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion or debate? Well, I recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I oppose the amendment. I want to be clear that I oppose the amendment not because I disagree with the direction, the goal that my colleague seeks. Our bill prohibits financial institutions with sharing this information from foreign governments unless it meets the law enforcement exception. Furthermore, we have downstream control over that data for all entities, not just foreign, and that is in the hands of the individual to stop that. This mirrors the California standard, and the California standard, you can opt out of non-affiliated sharing of non-personal information. So it would get caught in that regime. I'm sorry, you can opt in to non-affiliate sharing downstream. What we do is lock that into the financial institution. So it's already captured in the regime in large part. I agree that TikTok is a malevolent force and it is digital fentanyl. It is, it's the scourge of our society in many, many ways. But I guess there are many.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Sure.
And I certainly agree with you. I like that being an addictive fentanyl that most Americans, unfortunately,
Well, if you like the line, the lady, I'll call it yours.
Okay, are addicted to. But it goes back to the whole issue, I think, that our ranking member also brought up with the opt-in and opt-out. So what I'm saying, it's silent on the sharing me. I have to now pay attention on foreign affairs and get that and figure out how to opt in. I think we're saying the same thing. I get how we downstream and what we do, but when it's silent, all I'm asking is for us to put this one line in, because what you're saying does not cover it for an individual.
Reclaiming my time. I would say the gentlelady has a 3-page amendment. It's not just a singular change. As it relates to opt-in versus opt-out, the current federal regime is opt-out. The California standard is opt-out. We've taken those practices that we have thought best and applied them to this bill. We have a second amendment on an opt-out regime. I would just ask my colleagues an opt-in regime. For biometric data, now for sharing to foreign entities. If there is a prohibition against sharing with any foreign-controlled contractor, we already have rules and regulations at the financial regulators and at Treasury and Commerce about those foreign-controlled entities that have access to consumer information. We have the CFIUS process that addresses foreign ownership of companies that access data as well. So there is a robust regime outside of just the four corners of this bill that would take place on sharing with foreign-controlled entities. But I'm happy to work with my colleague on dealing with foreign-controlled entities' access to consumer data, consumer financial data. The construct of this amendment, though, is overly broad, has jurisdictional issues across the street in commerce, but I'm happy to work with the gentlelady on the contents of this bill, because I think you're striking at something, if we get the language correct for financial institutions, that we could mark up out of this bill with unanimous support.
Would the gentleman allow me to make one more
Sure.
statement? And I hear you and I do agree with you, but I think the difference could be with what you cited with SIFI and others. Those are for government entities. This is asking me, not on government. They would have to ask me directly from that TikTok. And certainly my Republican colleagues, especially in the Senate and the House, have been out in the forefront as we've talked about the danger and the national threat specifically with TikTok. So that's the only difference. This is not government.
Reclaiming my time, there is no evidence of financial firms sharing information with TikTok at this point. If there is, I would love to have that data so we can incorporate some broader prohibition. So, but on this matter, we deal with the contents of data sharing in a separate section, and what we have as the part of the bill that on page 21 is obligation in respect to international sharing of non-public personal information. Those are two separate regimes within this bill. So I appreciate the gentlelady offering this amendment, but unfortunately I've got to oppose the bill, oppose the amendment, and with that, yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion, further debate? No further discussion, further debate. Does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, yes.
If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty, all those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Is there further discussion, further debate?
Recorded vote requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further discussion, further debate, further amendment? Gentleman from Nevada.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute.
Mr. Chairman, reserve point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. A point of order is reserved. Every member have an amendment that seeks to have an amendment. All right, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1165.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the proliferation of social media, we have seen the rampant exploitation of data collected by social media platforms, including to target advertisements in ways that violate fair lending and fair housing laws. As fintech continues to change the way that consumers interact with financial services, we must do more to ensure consumers have strong privacy rights with respect to whether and how their information can be shared with social media platforms. My amendment, which I would refer to as the Protect Consumers Privacy Amendment, would require any financial institution to obtain a consumer's permission before they can collect or use that consumer's social media information. Additionally, it would require the financial institution to get the consumer's approval before they share that consumer's information with any social media platform. Finally, my amendment would ensure that any company that initially received a consumer's consent to share their information with a social media platform must obtain that same consumer's consent at least once a year following the initial consent. This would ensure that consumers who provided initial approval is regularly made aware and can choose to stop providing their approval in the years that follow if they so choose. I really believe this is a common sense amendment that goes along with the intent that you have, Mr. Chairman, and the work of this committee to protect consumers' privacy. We've heard time and time again from constituents who feel that their information is being used and sold by these social media platforms in ways that they are then targeted as consumers. And if we're doing anything else in this committee, we all should be working to protect consumer privacy. So I would urge members to support my amendment, the Protect Consumers' Privacy Amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Then at this, gentleman from Kentucky.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I respectfully oppose this amendment. Once again, this amendment is unnecessary. First, the bill requires financial institutions that collect sensitive consumer data to provide the consumer with notice that their data is being collected. This ensures that consumers will have all of the information they need to make a smart decision about the data they are willing to share and the financial products they choose to use. More importantly, the bill states that if financial institutions collect any data that is not strictly necessary to provide the specific product or service that the consumer is seeking, the financial institution must explain to the consumer what data will be collected, how it will be used, and provide the consumer the ability to opt out of that data collection before any data is collected. Importantly, even if a consumer initially consents to sharing a specific data set, it can revoke that consent at any time and opt out of the data collection and sharing. All of these provisions would, of course, apply to the sharing of any consumer non-public personal information with social media companies, or any company for that matter. The only data a consumer may not opt out of sharing is that data which is necessary to complete the transaction or provide the services the consumer is actually seeking. Even in those situations, the consumer still has a choice. They may choose not to use the particular service or product if they're not comfortable sharing the data necessary to effectuate that service. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
And would
the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield to Chair?
I will.
I appreciate my colleague yielding. This is the third opt-in amendment. I don't know how many are there going to be. But there's a certain period of time by which you have so many opt-in, opt-out, opt-in, opt-out, opt-in, opt-out, that it becomes confusing for the consumer and the customer. So we've got to make sure we harmonize this stuff. I understand the point that my colleagues are making on the other side of the aisle. And if these were straightforward amendments to ban the sharing of certain information, that's a pretty simple set of things we can deal with. But the fact that you have an opt-in regime wherein no other entity in the, that we've been discussing, there's no other use case from the states or from foreign governments that have a similar regime. So for the sponsor of this amendment, I would ask, is there a state or a country that bans this type of sharing of information that the sponsor is aware of?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you yield?
I'll yield back to my gentleman from
And I will
Kentucky.
yield. I will yield to the gentleman from Nevada.
Thank you for the question through you, my colleague and the chair. I'm not an expert in what states provide this or not. What I am an expert in is consumers who contact me about the fact that their information is not being kept private. I believe that my amendment and those that have been offered today by my colleagues are about protecting
Will the gentleman yield?
consumers.
Will the gentleman yield
If I
on
could
that?
just
Because-
finish my thought for just a moment. Our amendments are about protecting the consumer, not protecting the social media platform. It's about giving the rights to consumers to choose to opt in, not to have to figure out how to opt out. The committee's job is to protect constituents, which are individuals who are being abused through the targeting of advertisements that violate fair lending and fair housing laws, which are within this committee's jurisdiction.
And to my friend from Nevada, I'm going to
I haven't yielded, I have not, you
Well,
yielded
it's the
time to
gentleman
me.
from Kentucky's
You yielded
time.
time to me.
No,
Yes,
no,
and
the
I'm
gentleman
reclaiming,
from
I'm
Kentucky- it's not
reclaiming my
permanent
time.
yield. Gentleman
because
reclaims his time.
I appreciate the gentleman's point, and that's why I gave him the time to make it. Now I'd like to yield back to the chairman.
Fair lending, we don't deal with in this. This is about data privacy, the data privacy regime. What we deal with here, what the gentleman is offering in an amendment is there is no accusation of a financial firm doing such a thing, and we have other laws that protect against that type of sharing of information. This is an amendment that has nothing to do with the contents of the bill, and it is a practice that is not in use. So I would oppose the amendment and urge members to vote no.
Will you yield since I have the answer to your question, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman didn't answer my question, but
I have the
yield back
answer to your question, Mr. Chairman. California.
Gentleman's time
is
is
a state.
expired.
Move to strike the last
We've
word.
got plenty of members that can yield to. Gentleman from Texas recognized for 5 minutes, strike the last word.
Thank you. I yield to Mr. Horsford.
Thank you. I simply wanted to answer the chairman's question as to, is there a state that requires opt-in? And yes, the state is California. With that, I yield back.
And I would ask my colleague from Texas, if I may.
Yield to the chair.
That was not my question. My question was a financial firm giving your information, your financial information, to a social media firm. There is no data privacy regime in the nation that has a specific ban on that. We have other laws that protect against that I think we share in a bipartisan way. So what I was trying to say to my colleague from Nevada is that I understand what he's trying to get at. This regime that he's offering in this amendment is one that is unwarranted because we have other laws that protect against it, number one. And number two, the opt-in versus opt-out, I will reference the two previous amendments in the debate there without belaboring everybody. Happy to yield back to my colleague from Texas.
Does the gentleman desire additional time?
Thank you. I would just close by asking the American people, is this working for you? If not, support my amendment to protect consumer privacy, protect your rights, not the rights of social media. Thank you, and I yield back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate? If not, gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and an amendment is not adopted. Is there further discussion, further debate?
I would
or
request
further
a
amendment?
roll call.
Recorded vote is requested.
Recorded vote is requested. A recorded vote, all those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. Discussion or debate or amendment. Gentlelady
Chair.
from Michigan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Ms. Taliba has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute.
Mr. Chairman. I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve a point of order.
Reserves a point of order. Do all members have amendments? Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1165.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Point of order is reserved, and the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This is a simple amendment to allow regulators to enforce the GLBA's privacy provisions by doubling any fines and penalties for companies that violate the law. I think it's critically important. You all know that since the 1990s, again, many colleagues have already said that the collection of consumer data in today's financial marketplace has grown and made the American people even more vulnerable today. And it's imperative that our goal here is to those that are handling our financial private information, that we're very clear that companies must follow the law and respect our privacy rights or face the consequences. To that extent that they don't follow their obligations seriously, we should make sure that there are meaningful penalties in place for breaking that law, those laws. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. You all know, this preempts existing state privacy laws and infringes on their consumer rights to seek justice when their private information is compromised. So we got to do what we can, again, to protect the American people from this. And again, doubling the fines, I think, is really critically important and a very loud message to those that are handling our information that we're very serious about them following through. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? If not, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. While I oppose this amendment, I oppose this amendment because it's premature. We don't deal with the safeguards within GLBA, the enforcement pieces of this bill that is omitted from this bill. We have a GAO study to examine the safeguards within GLBA, including the protecting against unauthorized disclosure. We have a separation between data privacy and breach, and there's a distinction between the two, and they're enforced differently under Gramm-Leach-Bliley. What we're doing with the GAO study is to look at the effectiveness of the enforcement regimes we have and whether additional remedies are necessary. The penalties and fines referred to in this amendment exist within the enabling statutes of the individual agencies. For instance, the FTC Act, which is under the Committee Across the Hall's jurisdiction, and within the CFPA, and through bank regulators in the underlying statutes to create the bank regulators and the regulatory regime. So amending the penalties would included for violations of those statutes. It's important to look at, and that's the reason why we address it with the GAO study. What I would offer to the gentlelady from Michigan is to, when we get the GAO study back on this enforcement regime, these safeguards, that we could work together, or we could work across the aisle, and the gentlelady could lead on this about addressing the individual penalties associated with that. Because you are striking at something that we absolutely need to look at and need to make sure that just as inflationary times have an impact on our pocketbooks, they also likewise affect the penalties regime from individual agencies that we need to address from time to time. Happy to yield to my colleague.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think we should double it now, and if the GAO study comes back and says, wow, this is effective, then we keep it or reverse it. I think we should do the work now ahead and not wait for, again, the GAO study is going to come back, and I'm not sure what it's going to say exactly, but we know this, that what we have in place hasn't prevented what's happened to a lot of the residents we represent. We know that, and we got to make sure they're taking us seriously when we do put these provisions forward. So, Mr. Chair, I'd rather do it now, and then if the GAO study comes back and says, well, this is not effective, then we can go back. Again, sometimes they're already, budgeting for this as a cost of doing business, and it's really unfortunate. But if we're going to do this and preempt, again, existing state privacy laws that are strong and allow consumer rights to seek justice, through when their information is compromised, I think we should really take it seriously to say, what can we do to make sure that we're very loud in the goal of...
And reclaiming my time, I appreciate my colleague's intent here. We addressed this through a GAO study that my colleague, Mr. Davidson of Ohio, wanted included in the bill. So there's a desire to address this. It was premature because we did not address the issue of enforcement. I intended to address the question of enforcement with a bipartisan negotiation that unfortunately did not happen leading up to the last 9 months of public discussion about data privacy. So hopefully we can get to that if there's a bipartisan interest in supporting the bill. But because of the nature of this amendment and the fact that it touches so many other statutes, I would urge my colleagues to oppose it because it is premature. With that, would yield back the balance of my time. Any other further discussion or debate? Mr. Flood, gentleman from Nebraska.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to, on a bipartisan basis as it relates to this, I'm specifically, and I think when we get into enforcement, I represent a state that has a lot of insurance companies doing business that are domiciled in Nebraska. We have 110 insurance companies domiciled in our state. And while I support preemption under what we're doing today, because I think it makes the most sense as we govern all 50 states and our territories, I do not want to long-term lose the role of a state regulator when it comes to regulating insurance, especially the Nebraska Department of Insurance, which is one of the best in class in the United States. And so I share your interest in enforcement. I don't support your amendment, but I look forward to working with you.
Yeah,
I yield back.
to my colleague, maybe
yield.
30 seconds.
Yes.
Yield. I have to wait for you to say okay.
Gentleman yield back? Or,
No, he's gave me 30 seconds, but I didn't know if you had to tell me it's okay.
Well, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, okay, good.
Nobody else
Learn.
does.
Do we know, Mr. Flood, when the GAO study is, or is this a year? I don't know, I don't have this information in front of me. Do we know when we're gonna have the study?
I don't have that answer.
Yeah.
Happy to, if the gentleman wants to yield.
I would yield to the chair.
After my Democrat colleagues go with us to the Rose Garden signing ceremony on the bill, it would be 1 year after the enactment of the statute. So the faster we get on with that bipartisan moment and it gets signed into law, okay, it's getting late in the day. I'll just yield back.
And I yield back.
Further discussion, further debate? Hearing none.
For this, I'm sorry.
Does the gentleman insist on a point of order? Mr. Barr, do you withdraw your point of order?
Yes, I will withdraw the point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. If not, so now the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, could I ask for a record vote?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote, yes.
Gentlelady from Michigan asked for a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the Committee Rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. All the members have the amendment. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1165, offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas. Page 10, after line 2, insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Mr. Chair.
And liberty of women everywhere. We have since seen mounting efforts in conservative states to criminalize any individual seeking reproductive care, along with their doctors, their providers, their drivers, their food servers, just about everyone, and anyone of those seeking to get these services in other states. I worry about the methods that these right-wing conservatives will use to hunt people down, some in Texas in hopes of a bounty, perhaps by searching through their financial records. But reproductive care, like any other kind of health care, should be a strictly private matter. We have laws that promote privacy with respect to healthcare services. However, these protections do not extend to financial institutions and their role in processing payments. To that end, my amendment would close that loophole and require any financial institution to obtain a consumer's written permission before they could have any sharing of their transactions or financial data relating to healthcare-related activity, including for reproductive health care. It is essential that healthcare decisions and procedures remain strictly private and in the control of the patient, all patients. I urge my members to support my amendment. It's simple. It's as the chairman said earlier, this is about giving you rights for personal financial data, and it should include everyone, particularly in very private matters such as reproductive care. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask all members to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I would just ask my colleague from Texas if she should answer a question for me, because HIPAA information is already, health care information is already protected. And so I look at this and think this is a regime that our colleagues across the hall are dealing with healthcare data. And so if my colleague could explain how this is not already protected under HIPAA. And I'm sincerely trying to determine whether or not this is pertinent to our jurisdiction.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I stated earlier, that the laws that exist do not do not cover financial institutions. So HIPAA does not cover financial institutions. HIPAA...
Reclaiming my time.
Sure.
HIPAA doesn't deal with, it deals with healthcare information. So you're saying that a financial firm can collect all your health data and use that for financial purposes?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm responding to your question, but the example I would use is, quite frankly, much like some of these conservative states have essentially, made for example, a case in South Texas where somebody had tried to self-abort and then went to a hospital. Somebody there at the hospital, a nurse, was under law to turn that person in. I mean, theoretically, someone can go to a bank and say, I need to borrow money because I need to go to
reclaiming my time
to get a loan to get money for an abortion.
Reclaiming my time. I'm actually trying to figure out if this is
and call somebody.
It's my time.
Yes, sir.
Reclaiming my time.
I was just trying to answer your question, sir.
So you're talking about a hospital environment and somebody stopping payment in a hospital environment, and that's the problem you're trying to solve. That is clearly outside of our regime. If the gentlelady is trying to get an Operation Choke Point, there have been an enormous amount of work put into that of liberal administrations here in Washington cutting off parts of our economy they don't like from the payments regime. That's currently happening to some financial instruments right now. If you're talking about ESG policy and using social policy to influence financial data, that's a different matter all among itself. But when you're talking about the healthcare regime, that is not pertinent to this debate here today. I would urge my colleagues to actually look at the contents of this legislation and the regime, the financial data that we protect and their payments information is a part of that. What the gentlelady is trying to bring into this committee is social policy, which I think has a viable place to debate on the Judiciary Committee or other committees within this Congress. I am trying to focus this committee on the things that are within the four walls of this committee. We can be liberals and conservatives in every other way on those other issues of social policy, but it is not the province of this committee to get into matters of abortion and abortion policies throughout the states. That is quite divisive for the American people. Everybody's locked in their views. I understand that. But what I'm trying to do is move a policy here that protects people's consumer data in a higher way than is current law. And what we have here is an amendment that is interested more in playing politics, the politics of abortion, and bringing it into this committee. And I don't want to engage in that. And so with that, I would reject the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. Further conversation, further discussion, further debate.
Mr. Speaker, I move to strike the last word.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Mr.
And
Chairman, not Mr. Speaker.
that seems like not a gift. So far better to be chair of this committee, and so we can stick within the four walls of this committee. Thank you. And my colleague from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
Well, first, Mr. Chairman, congratulations on your promotion.
Demotion.
And
right.
thank you for saving us from 15 rounds. But sir, with all due respect, I never said that this was about financial transactions in the healthcare sector. I specifically said that this is something in the role of financial institutions in processing payments. The example of the hospital was just to illustrate how we've deputized so many people or criminalized so many people in the process of this reproductive health care that we need to make sure that doesn't come into the role in financial institutions, where a financial institution can be used by the bounty hunter to go look at financial records and find in there that the woman has either had an abortion, is seeking to have an abortion, cross lines to have an abortion, and that then that data be used against her. So it's about protecting financial institutions and their role in processing payments, and that's exactly what this bill is about. It's about a woman's privacy, and there's nothing more private in any individual than their own health care.
And would my colleague from Georgia yield if
I'll yield back to my colleague so that she can yield to you.
I'll yield to the chairman.
I hear you. I did not hear you before. I did not understand what you're specifically driving towards here. If the gentlelady wants to get into an issue of data privacy related to sensitive, well, actually our information on how we transact and who we transact with and our specific rights in that circumstance, I think there is a bipartisan interest to strike at that. In context for this bill, it does not, I need to oppose it because of the construct of Graham-Leach-Bliley and of the particular bill we're wrestling with right here. But I thank the gentlelady for offering her amendment and yield back.
I yield the balance of my time.
Further discussion, further debate? Ms. Presley, gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike the last word. I want to speak in support of the amendment offered by Ms. Garcia and share in her disappointment of last year's Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. I too was disturbed by the spread of more stringent anti-abortion measures passing in state houses across our country. Abortion is a fundamental right, and we find ourselves in the midst of an unprecedented wave of coordinated attacks on our reproductive freedom and bodily autonomy. Is health care, especially folks living in states where reproductive rights are under attack, should not have to fear that payment information regarding their health care will be shared in a way that will put them in harm's way. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time to Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Representative, and all I just want to underscore that this is at the heart of what this bill is about, which is people's privacy. In fact, he was emphatic in saying that these were new rights for personal financial data. If the financial data is related to a transaction at a bank, and that transaction happens to be something having to do with our own health care, and in my case, I'm specifically talking about reproductive health care, because yes, you're right, there's a lot of people talking about this issue, but unfortunately, bounty hunters and the like have made it that we don't need bounty hunters going to courthouses searching for material and information on potential women who are trying to seek abortion or going to another state to seek abortion, any more than we need them at banks trying to get information to look at financial information on them. This is about financial institutions making sure we protect women's privacy and women's data. And with that, I yield back, and I thank the gentlelady for the time that she gave me.
Gentlelady yield back. Gentlelady from Massachusetts yields back. Any further discussion, further debate? No further discussion, further debate. Does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, insist on his point of order?
No, I do not.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. If not, the question is on the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Is there further discussion?
Request the recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Request recorded vote.
For recorded vote has been made by the gentleman from Texas. All those that wish to have a recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote has been requested. A sufficient number, I just repeated myself, a recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady from Georgia has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will distribute. So what number? 7.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. Here it comes. Do all members have amendments that wish to have amendments? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the need.
And the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, data privacy is an economic justice issue. Data privacy breaches by financial institutions are particularly devastating for low-income people who may not be able to afford the high cost to monitor what is happening with their credit or to clean up their credit in the aftermath. And this can lead to further diminished economic opportunity for vulnerable populations. People who've been harmed by financial institutions sharing their private data face an immense burden and must have an avenue for remediation. This amendment would establish a federal private right of action under the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act privacy provisions, empowering individuals with an enforcement tool to ensure that they're able to get relief when a company unlawfully shares their sensitive personal information with other companies. 14 states already give consumers this kind of enforcement tool for when companies violate data breach notification laws. Unfortunately, this bill's sweeping preemption would invalidate the private right of action tools that consumers in those states have. There's precedent for providing consumers with the private right of action in federal consumer laws, for example, the Fair Credit Reporting Act. And if we are serious about the work that we sought out to do with this bill, we should be strengthening our data privacy laws, this amendment, so that we can continue to do the work that we stated we sought out to do at the beginning of this hearing, or this markup. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of their time. Gentleman from Kentucky seeks
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I rise in strong opposition to the amendment offered by my colleague from Georgia. I do appreciate her earnest interest in enforcement of the privacy standards that we seek to modernize in the underlying legislation. But I oppose the amendment because, as the chairman mentioned, a federal private right of action for privacy violations has been considered and rejected both by Congress and the federal courts in the context of the Federal Trade Commission Act, the Consumer Financial Protection Act, in other words, Title 10 of the Dodd-Frank Act, and the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. There is a well-established canon of statutory interpretation called the presumption against implied right of action. And this canon says that a statute's mere prohibition of a certain act does not imply creation of a private right of action for its violation. The creation of such a right must be either express or clearly implied from the text of the statute. The gentlelady from Georgia obviously understands this. That's why she's offering to explicitly create a private right of action. But it also underscores why there is a bias against it. When there is a well-established occupation of the field by an extensive regulatory scheme, the presumption is you don't need a private right of action because you already have a well-established body of law that prevents the prohibited conduct. But I'd like to add some additional context for why I'm opposed to a private right of action in this context. The financial services industry is already heavily regulated when it comes to consumer financial privacy, data privacy, and for good reason. Financial data is some of the most sensitive data a consumer has, and we should all enjoy strong protections in place. But with these strong protections comes a heavy compliance burden placed on our financial institutions. That's one of the reasons we included a provision specifically directing agencies to consider compliance costs when promulgating rules under this bill, particularly for smaller institutions. Banking regulations are complex, and as we have heard, they may vary from state to state, making compliance difficult and expensive. Imposing a private right of action could expose our financial institutions to frivolous litigation that can ultimately result in bank closures, credit union closures, and could result in fintechs and other innovative lenders or service providers from exiting the market entirely, stifling the very innovation that has resulted in financial inclusion and convenience. This is not pro-consumer, this is anti-consumer. My district is comprised of community banks, credit unions, and other lenders and fintechs that have the ability to serve the specific needs of small and rural communities. Farmers, small businesses, and individuals rely on these service providers. Implementing a private right of action could lead to closures, stifle innovation, stop competition that would harm the diverse financial ecosystem that makes our country, all around this country, the communities all around this country so vibrant. And let me just conclude my arguments in opposition to the well-intended amendment with the following. Even if you do support a private right of action, I would argue that this particular amendment is not drafted a tailored way. It's overly broad. There is no right to cure in the amendment. A financial service provider would have no ability to cure as a requirement or a necessary step in order to file a lawsuit. There's also no requirement to file a complaint with particularity. Demonstrating standing in the context of privacy is difficult. You have to show a real and concrete and individualized harm as a result of privacy violations, and this can be very challenging. There's no requirement for pleading with particularity here. There's also no process in place to screen potential lawsuits to prevent those without merit from proceeding. There's no limits on damages to prevent uncapped legal exposure or inconsistent results and disparate interpretations across different judicial jurisdictions and venues. If you are going to support a private right of action, my suggestion would be we would need to reduce financially motivated lawsuits. We need lawsuits to be focused strictly on vindicating the privacy rights involved. And finally, in this draft, even if you support a private right of action, I would urge opposition to this version of it because there's no safe harbor for entities that take proactive steps or experience a breach from exceptional circumstances beyond their control. There needs to be affirmative defenses to the extent we do have a private right of action. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion for the debate?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Texas, move
Thank
to
you,
strike
Mr.
the last word and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of this amendment. I can tell you that as someone who's a lawyer and a former judge, I always think it's a good idea to help protect consumers, and it's always a good idea to do that, to give them a right to go to court if they're unhappy with a decision. Generally speaking, I know Mr. Barr has mentioned a lot of very specifics that quite frankly are not within, it's hard to do that in the context of this particular bill. Say that a private right to, of action is I think something we should do, and certainly any other tool that we can give the consumer to be able to get relief is important. And with that, I'll give the remainder of my time to the sponsor of this amendment, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I just want to add that in listening to the comments that there are 14 states that already give consumers the type of enforcement tools that I'm talking about in this amendment: Alaska, California, Hawaii, Illinois, Louisiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Oregon, South Carolina, Tennessee, Washington, and Virginia. And it is not hurting banks in all of these states where this is currently in place. So what we talked about, giving people something, creating rules across the board so that we don't piecemeal it state by state. And that's what this amendment would do. It would put privacy, the Data Privacy Act issues in place so that it is across all 50 states, and it's not just these 14 states that have these options. I represent Atlanta, Georgia, where over 70% of the credit card processing centers go through Midtown Atlanta. So I understand the need to make sure that our businesses are thriving, make sure our financial institutions are thriving, because those businesses employ my constituents. But I also know that I have an obligation to stand up for the consumers and the constituents that we're here to represent. And that's what this bill is about. Thank you. I yield you back the balance of your time.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Further discussion, further debate? I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the amendment my colleague from Georgia has offered. She used an important phrase to describe where other regimes allow lawsuits, and that is breach. And so we have two separate responsibilities for financial firms. This bill deals with one of those two responsibilities. We deal with privacy in this bill. The second responsibility is security. So we don't deal with breach, data breach, which is a security matter in this bill. There's a private right of action surrounding data breach. In previous Congresses, and debated data breach here, and trying to come to terms with a new set of standards. What we confine this bill to is the privacy standards, the type of information and the handling thereof your information. Now, handling meaning how it's utilized. The question of security, which wraps that data around it, has a separate regime. Regulation P of Graham-Leach-Bliley lays out the privacy responsibilities of financial institutions. It provides broad enforcement authority to agencies to oversee Regulation P and federal right of action would be inconsistent with those powers of an agency that's already been provided with in other law. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission Act, the Consumer Financial Protection Act, the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act have agency enforcement for data privacy and the policies around it. That agency of enforcement is inconsistent with a private right of action. Moreover, the California standard, the CCPA, does not provide a state private right of action for privacy violations. Again, security versus privacy, two separate regimes, two separate standards, and so the offering here for a private right of action is inconsistent with federal law and other data privacy laws across the federal footprint. So I would reject this amendment on those grounds alone, much less the arguments my friend from Kentucky has offered. Pardon me?
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure, happy to yield.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the bill, and I'm wondering if you can help me to understand in Section 6, relation to state laws, line 12.
What page are you on?
I am on page 16.
Page 16.
The subtitle and the amendments made by the subtitle supersede any statute or rule of a state or political subdivision thereof that regulates the obligations of a financial institution with respect to, and it's line 16 that I'm focused on, the collection or disclosure of personal information. Disclosure, would that not be a breach, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I see. So that is the sharing, it's the sharing of the information. It is not breach. And it's 6802 deals with the disclosures. So, two separate regimes. I appreciate good lawyering here on catching that, but that relates to the contents of the bill, not the breach of that data. So this still conforms with the existing statute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my aim to always stand up and protect our consumers.
And be a sharp legislator. You caught that. That's good. Good arguments here. And this is the reason why we have committees, so we can mark stuff up. And that was the debate I hope we could have gotten through, not just the question of preemption and the question of private right of action, or how many ever amendments we had on opt-in versus opt-out. I wanted to get into the contents of that, but we've got more time on this.
Still have time to support the amendment, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
yes. So I appreciate my colleague offering this. It is, but her amendment doesn't conform with the current practice at the federal level. It would be consistent with security breach, and if we bring security breach up, I expect you'll have a solid amendment if it's not dealt with in the underlying text. So with that, I pose this amendment, yield back the balance of my time. Any further discussion, further debate? No further discussion, further debate on this amendment. Does the gentleman from Kentucky still insist on his, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the noes have it, the amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion?
Green from Texas has an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Is this the ultimate amendment of the day?
Well, it may cover much of what you have challenged.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. That means that the gentlelady from Georgia had the penultimate amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Michigan.
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order.
Thank you.
I got the theme. No, it's a catch-up, right? You got to catch it all. We got it. All members have amendment? Clerk will report. Texas, the ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee is recognized for 5 minutes.
I stand with the consumers. This amendment would address a long problem with the GLBA and allow members to vote at some point today to protect consumers' non-public personal information. Consumers don't want their non-public personal information shared without their permission. Under current law, when a consumer applies to access services of a company, such as a financial institution or fintech firm, consumers receive privacy notices that are difficult, if not impossible in some cases, to understand, and provide consumers the option to opt out of having their personal information shared with third parties. Data privacy experts say that this approach is ineffective, in part because so few consumers are aware that their right to opt out exists. And I would dare say a good many persons in Congress are unaware. One way to improve our financial privacy laws is to pass legislation minimizing the amount of data that is being collected, used, and shared by allowing consumers to opt in to having their personal data shared with third parties rather than out. This can be achieved, as my amendment proposes, by requiring companies to obtain consumers' affirmative written consent before they broadly share it with unaffiliated third-party companies. Frankly, the burden should be on the company. It should not be on the consumer to prevent consumer data from being shared with another company or used more broadly than what is necessary to provide a product or service. I urge members to support my amendment so that we can protect the sensitive personal data being broadly shared by financial institutions and strengthen consumers' data privacy rights under the GLBA in a much more meaningful way. Mr. Chairman, consumer information is very personal. There is no expectation on behalf of most consumers that their information will be shared without their permission. In fact, most people assume that if they pass something on to you that doesn't belong to you for a specific purpose, that it will be used for that purpose and that purpose only. To use something that is a little less complicated, when you take your car to a venue where there's a valet service to park it, you don't give permission to other persons to drive your car, take it, use it. It's there for one purpose, to be parked. Consumers present their information for the purpose that the bank or fintech company has in mind that will serve them. And it is totally, completely, and absolutely unfair to consumers, whom I stand with, and my colleagues on this side of the aisle have as much as indicated so. It's unfair to them to allow their information to be used without their permission. Permission ought to be granted before information is utilized. Consumers have seen their information taken by way of breaches from companies that they didn't initially allow their information to be shared with. I have looked at numerous studies where consumers prefer to have the opportunity to require the fintech company, the financial institution, to get permission before they use their information. That's what this piece of legislation does. It merely says, if you're going to use something that belongs to me, be kind, be decent, ask my permission. It belongs to me. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate? If not, I recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I appreciate the gentleman offering the amendment for a full opt-in regime. This builds on the theme of the day here from my Democrat colleagues. I would commend to my colleagues that we're using the best practices in this bill before us that we've learned from the states. In Europe and in California and under Gramm-Leach-Bliley, we have an opt-out regime, which is stating clearly to consumers the right to say no. And we provide further rights under the federal, in a federal regime for consumers to know their, terminate any further sharing, and to terminate the retention of data, much less the sharing of it. So we have a regime here that is in accordance with longstanding data collection that we have seen at the state level and internationally that works best, that the consumers like best. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment, a yes vote on final passage. Is there further discussion? And at that point, I yield back. Further discussion, further debate? If no further discussion, further debate, we can move. Gentleman, ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for being so kind. The chairperson has made a salient point. A right to terminate exists. But most consumers are not aware that they have a right to opt out or to terminate. Consumers don't religiously take these documents and peruse them, scrutinize them, and do as best as they can to understand them. Consumers assume that there's a certain amount of righteousness in the business community. And as a result, they have an expectation that what belongs to them will remain their property until they say otherwise. To sell a consumer's private property, to remain the consumer's until the consumer gives permission for someone else to use it. That really is all this bill is about. This piece of information is about, this amendment. Just give the consumer the right to maintain control over the personal property that belongs to the consumer. I will yield to the chairperson for comment if he so desires.
In the interest of time, I appreciate my colleague yielding. I appreciate the vigorous nature of this debate about an important matter that I think we agree far more about than disagree about. What we have in the contents of this bill is a directive to make the disclosures plain English as best we can direct under law. An encouragement of agencies to make this more consumable by individuals. So I think we all have the same direction here and inclination, and we have far more agreement than disagreement. So I thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to respond and yield back.
Well, I appreciate the commentary, but and do want to keep it amiable and amicable, but I cannot agree with the premise that we're moving in the same direction, because I'm moving in the direction of allowing consumers to maintain possession of their personal property until someone has permission. If you,
and if that
that
is the regime that we give them to begin the relationship to opt out of the request for information. It is the most obvious way to get consumers' consent, is to tell them to opt out.
Reclaiming my time, it may be obvious to some, but to most consumers it isn't. And most consumers will not assume that there is an opt-out. Studies have shown such. Consumers have indicated they prefer to have the opportunity to opt in. Consumers deserve the right to have their personal and private information remain with them until they give permission. Permission, we get permission for many things in life before we act. Why not get permission from the consumer before you sell the consumer's social security number or other private information? It just doesn't seem right. I wouldn't want that to happen to a consumer that I represent. So I would be voting to maintain a consumer's right to have a person receive permission or an entity receive permission.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate?
Well, it's a gentleman, but
the gentlelady's time, not the gentleman's. I was tracking the time. And I think that since we have floor votes, any further discussion for the debate? No further discussion for the debate. Does the gentleman from Michigan insist on his point of order?
No, I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Green of Texas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it. Amendment is not agreed to. A recorded, a sufficient, I'm jumping forward as if anybody's requested a vote. Since somebody's requested a vote pursuant to subsection
Is requested.
Gentleman has to be timely on that, but I'll let it go this time in the name of comity. So, gentleman insists on his recorded vote. Are there hands sufficient to be counted to insist on this request? Oh, that's enthusiasm. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. The committee will be in recess until 6 p.m. Now, the chair will announce that the amount of time it takes for these amendment votes that have been requested, there are 9, is up to the members. The clerk cannot go any faster than members permit her to go. So it is up to members to be here. It's my intention, it's chair's intention to gavel in at 6 p.m., and we will start the roll call on the first vote that was ordered. If members are here, that will be level. So at 6 p.m., we'll reconvene, and we're in recess until 6 p.m. Committee to come to order. The chair will note that we have wide attendance, and happy that I'm here too. The committee will come to order pursuant to the chairman's previous order. We'll now resume proceedings on the postponed measures, the quorum being present. There being no further amendments without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chair?
Gentleman from Tennessee, have a parliamentary inquiry?
I do. Actually, I would move to strike the last word on H.R. 1165 if I could.
I had previously moved the previous question. The previous question was ordered. That was the timely motion to object there.
But at the end of debate on 1165, I don't believe the chairman called for additional debate on the original.
I moved the previous question. No one objected, and I ordered the clerk to report and call the roll. When that happens, business is already transacted. It was not timely. If you'd objected to that, or we talked about this before, I'd be happy to recognize the
But
gentleman.
I believe that was on the amendment, not on the main bill.
That is not correct. It's on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which the ranking member asked for a recorded vote. We moved the previous question. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill? No. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas?
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukedemeyer? Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson? Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes yes. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib? Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Davidson? Mr. Scott? Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Gonzalez?
Are there any members who have not voted and wish to vote? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes yes. Mr. Posey is recorded as no. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. No. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye.
Are there members wish to change their vote or not voted? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 26.
Amendment not agreed to. The amendment's not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Aye. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Vargas. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver.
Is there a member who has not voted? A member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas.
What's that?
Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver.
Every member voted. Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Talib, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luchtenmeyer. Mr. Luchtenmeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Torres.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote, or any member who has not voted? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas.
No.
Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions. No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez.
Aye.
Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman.
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks.
Aye.
Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Torres.
Is there any member who's not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 26.
The amendment's not agreed to. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill.
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Luke Demeyer? Mr. Luke Demeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? No. Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? No. Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson? Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood? Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler? Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn? Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz? Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles? Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez? Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston? Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib? Ms. Tlaib votes aye. Mr. Torres? Mr. Torres? Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel? Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen? Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Davidson? Mr. Scott? Mr. Cleaver? Ms. Presley? Ms. Presley votes aye.
Is there a member who has not voted, or any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 26.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer votes no. Mr. Huizinga? Mr. Huizinga votes no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner votes no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Williams of Texas? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer? Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney votes no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson? Mr. Rose? Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile? Mr. Stile votes no. Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Mrs. Kim? Mrs. Kim votes no. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes no. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes no. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes no. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes no. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes no. Ms. Waters.
Yes.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Aye. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes aye. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. No. Mr. Emmer votes no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Torres.
Does any other member wish to vote or has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20 and the nays are 27.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the chairman. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 1165 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And a recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes no. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes no. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes no. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes no. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes no. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes no. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib. Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes no. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Scott. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Torres.
Any other member who has not voted? Or is there a member who wishes to change his or her vote?
Mrs. Wagner, you are recorded as voting aye.
Any other members? If not, the clerk will report. We're done. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 26 and the nays are 21.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1165 as amended. H.R. 1165 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. I thank committee members. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes. And members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. I thank the chair thanks the committee members for their indulgence in the scheduling of this. Look forward to seeing you all next week. There's no further business. The committee stands adjourned.